Oh, it's me, the streamer. I hear. Um, I stand because I'm wearing a skirt. Yeah. Um. So I didn't stream yesterday because my computer was being borked, and by the time I got it working, I was just like so upset I didn't want to stream, so I just didn't. Uh, why we're streaming today, and also my stream tomorrow will be late by like hour and a half, probably just an hour. Well, like 45 minutes to an hour. So I have an appointment, but I did some cool things. First of all, I move silly now. I sway my hips. I get a little. I shake my ass. I shake my ass for the camera. Yeah. I also, my arms technically move the same way. Just not really. Because I had to turn it off. I had to turn off the arm thing for my controller just because it looks super awkward with the holding the controller. It looked really weird. But somebody in the Warudo Discord made a few plugins to make you move like more animated, like a 2D tuber, which I just think is pretty neat. So now I can sway my hips. But on top of that, we have dynamic lighting now. Not in here, not in the bedroom. Because I didn't want it in the bedroom. The bedroom's also meant to be, bright. So, sorry, I am in fact getting up a collectible guide. I'm getting it up on my freaking um my iPad. Save myself some time. Don't know what chapter we're in. I want to say we're in chapter 8, but I don't know. Okay, anyways, check this shit out. Check this shit out. Check this shit, you guys. Hello. Check that, you guys. Get. Isn't that cool? My controller is not on. My controller isn't even on. Yes, hello. Welcome to the strum. I need to wait. Hold on. I don't have the. Okay. I'm so professional. Oh, it's so cool. It took me so long to do this dynamic lights thing, but I think it was so worth it. Like, it is so cool. My tongue glows at certain angles because I couldn't. I couldn't figure out the tongue. So the way that, like, you're supposed to do the glowy eyes thing with a 3D model is you're supposed to go into Unity and change some, like, emission settings on the model. I don't want to do that because I have almost 500 models. So I wasn't doing that shit. So instead, the way that I had to do it was I watched so many fucking tutorials on the dynamic lighting and figured out the dynamic lighting, and then one person was like, if you want there to be a glow, which obviously I did because I think that the glowing eyes was cool. I considered making my wings glow but decided against it. I was like, but if you want the glow, you have to basically put a bunch of filters until you can only see that's like the specific area that you want to be glow in the dark. Um and I was struggling so much with the color cutting out because my eye, Because specifically the orange eye was giving me a shit ton of trouble. The purple eye is like just different enough in color that nothing was affecting its color. But the orange eye was being really annoying because I would try to cut out like a skin color and then my eye would be like, I'm skin colored. It's like, technically, the shine in my eye is very similar. So yeah, I had to I had to do it in a weird way, and I technically didn't manage to cut out every single color, because even then, by the time I'd finally like figured everything out, some of my outfits were still going, which admittedly looked pretty cool for certain outfits. Some outfits it was like, what the fuck is that? It was ugly. So I basically ended up putting a shadow on my body, but it only goes up to a certain height, like it only goes up to where my mouth is. So if I lean back, my tongue glows, but I was like, I figured it's fine, because I very rarely lean back that far, so I didn't, yeah. Okay, we're on the aquarium. Return to the aquarium. So we're on chapter 9. Not chapter 8. No, we are on chapter 8. I was right. No, what? Wait. So, return to the aquarium. What? I'm confused. Hold on. Because ground zero is the hospital. Okay, no, sorry. On this guide, it's called the marina. Okay, but yeah, I'm in the right spot. Okay, so we're almost done with this game. We have Seattle Day 3 with Abby, and then some shit in like California or whatever. But I'm pretty sure the California section doesn't take that long because I think it's all in one day. We also might do the drinking thing. Maybe go and grab my moonshine. It'll have to be later though because I need to eat first. I'm not gonna drink on an empty stomach. Oh my god, wait, I turned off. Hold on, sorry. Check my sick props. It's kind of irritating. I have to go to different scenes in order to do things now, which does kind of bother me, but like it's not that big of a deal. Sorry, I turned off my prop because I didn't have a second drink, but now I do. I grabbed one. I grabbed some Kool-Aid. I'm so in love with this, with the dynamic lights. Also, can I just say, it took me so long. It took me like it took like 9 hours or something to figure this out. Like, oh, oh, oh. All right, hey Yara, what's up? There's one artifact and 2 coins.
Lev, come back here, please.
So cool. It might not, the dynamic thing might not work for certain games also, because it was really wonky with Minecraft. Like, genuinely so fucking wonky. So it might only work with games like this, so like this,
about our mom. About what'll
Dying Light,
because
if
of us.
I can get the 3D model working on Dying Light.
He needs to focus on his own safety right now.
Cyberpunk.
What happened to her?
Sometimes parents are held responsible for their children's sins.
Kingdom Hearts, probably. Whenever we pick that back up.
She'll probably be fine.
Are there options for helping her?
He can't convince her to leave. No one could.
Oh,
More
my
worried
gamer
about she
eyes.
doesn't.
Ugh.
Lev! Lev! I'm sorry! Lev, come on out!
Gamer rained so
Lev!
hard that now my eyes glow in the dark.
Lev!
It's crazy.
No,
I'm pretty sure
No,
there's
just all
nothing
this.
over this way.
he loves sharks.
Loves sharks but hates the ocean, huh?
He really opened up to you.
We bonded
get that.
over our shared fear of dying.
I mean, I love
Said you
manatees,
were
but I
brave.
hate the ocean. I get that.
He's a
I get that
liar.
love. Let me
I don't
turn
know
off
how
the
to
game a
thank
little
you.
bit. Sorry.
You don't need to. I did it for me.
Capture card was like being really wonky yesterday, so I had to remove the ugh. The source,
that?
there we go. I had to remove the
Lev!
capture card source from my OBS, so it reset. It reset, but it's fine now.
Hey, it's okay.
Just
wants to play.
look at her octopus.
Hey, girl. What you got there?
She got an
won't
octopus.
hurt
That's
you.
a squid. This
Okay,
is a
watch.
squid. This is in fact a squid. Yeet!
Go get it, girl.
I think she wants you to throw it again.
Yeah, we'll be
Okay,
here
one
all
more time.
day. Yeet!
Yeah, you're so fast.
They say yeah. They say okay one more time. No.
You want to try?
That doesn't seem like a good idea. She's not going to bite, right?
No. Not unless we
No.
tell her to.
I promise.
Oh my god, she is like, my toy, my octopus. I keep calling it an octopus, it's a fucking squid. I think it is, at least. How many tentacles that thing
Can
guys?
you do it again?
I think she would love that.
Hold on, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's more than 8, and also more than 6. Hold on, cause I can, let me adjust the mask. Yeah, this is what I see. Let me. That's not the right one. Okay, there we go. Sorry, let me adjust the mask a little bit. Imagine. No, cause it's I don't know. Certain areas are like just too. They're darker than they should be. Okay, there we go. That's better. That's way better. Awesome. We're gonna be here all day. Do you think I can get it? That seems mean. I'm not gonna do that. It'd be really funny if I threw it into the shark cage. But I'm not gonna do that, because Alice is just a good dog. Look at her.
We should keep looking for him.
My god. You pet her and she laid down? Inaccurate. I want a refund. This game portrays dogs inaccurately. I want a refund.
Lev! How is he doing this?
Hey, do you think maybe he could convince your mom?
If she saw him like this, she'd strangle him with her bare hands.
What, happy? Is she boy?
How much did he tell you?
Not much.
We know though, like we know. We
I
know
heard some
why.
other people calling him Lily.
for a long time. I didn't understand why he was questioning the laws.
I'm sorry, Yara girl, you are so quiet. Let me see. My dialogue is all the way up. Wait, this is a cinematic technically, isn't it? Okay.
Traditions.
Quiet. I think it's just because it's this issue of like, when they're just sat having a conversation, then the cinematics are too quiet. But so many of the cinematics are action-packed. So you have like the action-packed cinematics and it's like, my ears! But that's...
When he explained to me how he felt inside, I told him he had to keep it to himself. I was hoping he'd snap out of it. He seemed fine for a while. But then he shaved his head. Like one of the men.
Sorry, I just almost fucking dropped my food on the floor. Don't ask how.
Is that when you ran?
First, I screamed at him. I hit him. I'm so stupid.
You were brainwashed by a cult. That's not really your fault, girl.
Yeah, I have an idea. Why don't we find something to cheer him up? Come on.
Like, I understand. She has every reason to feel guilty. I completely understand that. But it's really not her fault. She and Lev grew up brainwashed by this fucking cult. Like, that's not really on either of them. I like that they make him trans without, like, using the word, really. Because most people would just hear the word and they, like, have such a reaction to it. Like, you could use the word, but genuinely, people were already pissed off enough that Ellie's gay as if it was a new information for us.
Shaved his head, I mean.
Last week, he got assigned his role.
I wish you luck in your internship,
he wanted
I
to be a
guess.
soldier like me, but they decided he was to be a wife to one of the elders.
Oh yeah, no, I'd shave my head, too.
Tradition.
Poor kid.
Lev just went, you can't make me a wife if I'm not a woman, and then shaved his head. And then he transed his gender.
Where is Santa Barbara?
It's in California.
Do you think she knows where California
Where's
is?
California?
Okay, so look, this is Seattle, and this is Santa Barbara.
And our island?
It's too small to see, but it would be up here.
It's so far.
Yeah.
What do you mean? That's only like a few feet, girl. That's only like a couple feet. What do you mean? Okay. Abby can't read maps. It's canon. I'm making it canon. Can I go down the stairs or do I'd assume I have to jump, right? Like, yeah. This drop here is just way too convenient looking.
There's gotta be something left around here. Nah. We can do better than these shirts.
I actually do kind of like the little fish in the jar shirt, though. That's neat. Round. Round. Okay. Oh my god, they have it in dress form. Fuck yeah. I figured it out. I figured out where we have to go. Okay, there we go. Ew, 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 ew. Ew. Hate pelican. Nasty.
This is cute.
Walrus. Oh my god, it's gay glitter.
See anything worthwhile?
No.
Keep looking.
I love the mixture on, like, people are. Rainbows aren't inherently gay. I understand that. But I'm still gonna call every rainbow ever gay. So that walrus had gay glitter. We can get him a shot glass. Oh, they got those shark shot glasses. Oh, it's an orca. Oh, that's neat. I've seen those little orca shot glasses, but with sharks before. Dude, how do they not have any manatee merch? Does it squeak?
What about this?
It's perfect. Mel's wrong, you know. You're a good person.
You don't know me.
I know enough.
Abby, will you stop stealing my stuff, please?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you owned everything in the aquarium.
Yeah, well, my aquarium, my stuff.
Okay, well, where's the papers with your name
Just
on
kidding.
them?
Take whatever you want. You can't.
Have you seen Lev?
Yeah, he's down that hallway.
He's
Okay.
just T-posing.
Can I talk to you?
I'll catch up.
They have penguins, but they don't have manatees? This is the worst aquarium ever. 0
I'm
stars.
joking. I suck with kids.
It's not even that. I just don't think they
I
really,
really like you, though.
I don't really get the jokes and the
So,
sarcasm and everything.
Coming to Santa Barbara, right?
I can't.
Why?
Also, I don't have
You
this
know why.
movement turned on for sitting in my chair because I think it'd be awkward.
We can figure this out.
Could probably do the arms,
It's
but
too
not,
late.
definitely
No,
not the
no,
hips.
it isn't. I know. I know it's a fucking mess. I know. But we can choose to be happy. Happy.
You have a girlfriend, and she's pregnant.
We're allowed to be happy.
You have a girlfriend. You have a girlfriend. You have a girlfriend.
You hear that?
Lev! Get back here! Lev! What's he doing? He's going after her.
After who?
His mom.
She's gonna kill him, Abby.
Is the boat ready?
Not yet.
How much time do you need?
A few hours.
We'll head him off. We'll grab a boat from the marine. Hey, she just had surgery. I'm fine. How else am I gonna find him?
I'll go with you.
Owen?
They're heading
No.
to fucking Highland.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna let her go by herself.
And you shouldn't leave Mel here by herself.
Actually, you are.
I can help.
Yeah, by staying here and fixing the fucking sailboat.
Get your priorities straight.
Yara, let's go.
We have somebody that knows the like ins and outs of the island and its scenery and everything. I understand him wanting to be protective, but also stay with Mel.
There's a
Like,
marina.
seriously, just stay with her. She's fucking pregnant.
How you
Don't leave
doing?
her by herself right now.
I'm good.
Okay.
Man is so horny for Abby.
Do wolves use this place?
We dock some of our boats there.
Okay.
Okay, Kansas should be up here. Fuck yeah. Bottle? Full on bottle. Okay. Alright. I'm trying to unlock my iPad. Okay, next one is at a train station. Somewhere.
Whoa. Oh, not making that.
We probably could just jump over the side, honestly, but I'm not... Oh, wait, hold on. Dude, there's like a ledge right there. You can't jump over onto the ledge. This works.
Here. I've got you.
I can do it. Let's go.
Careful.
I don't know why she sped down those stairs so fast. Alright, I'm thirsty.
So, how do we get to your village in one piece?
There are blind spots along the coast
Order.
we can boat into. From there, we'll follow back roads.
Back
They're
rows?
safe?
Safest option we have.
Any chance Lev is gonna change his mind?
None. Too stubborn.
Does he get what he's walking into?
Thought he did. He's got a soft spot for her.
I mean, it's his mom.
Yeah, well, she won't see it that way.
Aha! I found Louisiana! Keeping all of the states in my pocket. Keeping very few states in my pocket because I've missed so many. Yeah, I'm assuming... Actually, I don't think that's our way out. Oh, there is actually just an open door. That's insane. I hear noises. Is that you coughing?
How do we get to the marina from here?
Looks like we'll have to go around.
Is that you coughing? That had to have been her. I heard like what sounded like coughing and wheezing. Had to have been her.
Down this way. Try and keep your arm dry.
Too late for that.
That's true. Yeah, no, she's never gonna be able to keep that damn thing dry in Seattle. Sorry, just give me a second. Here.
That fucking end.
I like their video game barrier. It's like it could be up there, but I highly doubt it. I think.
Abby!
Oh, you are
Over
around
here.
it. Okay. Good job. We're such a good team.
Stop. I've got it.
This isn't even really about the fact that you had one arm. This is just that I'm buff.
Okay, go. Go.
I'm big and buff and I can open things. Need pickles opened? You have no idea. The jars that I
There's a
can
way through
open
here.
with these arms.
Come on.
Probably open my fucking moonshine bottle right now. It's like frozen shut. I put it in the freezer and it's still not frozen, even though I put it in there 2 days ago. But the fucking lid got stuck
Boats are
on it
across the
again.
water over there. We just gotta get up to the road and go around. Okay, sounds good.
Here.
This way. Is this locked? Oh man, if only I could get inside. You know, they were playing Hangman? Jealous. How the fuck did you not guess that? Hold on. No. I gotta see this shit. Okay. It's very clearly jealous. Like, what? Whatever. Yo, Yara, check out these dumbasses that don't know how to play Hangman properly. Why are you skulking around the corner? Is there loot back here? Grab. No loot. Alas.
Stay on the dock. I'll go get a boat and pick you up here.
No, I can help.
Not with this. I got it. Okay. Okay.
I don't know when we're gonna have collectibles next. I think it's just when we get to the island. Okay. Oh no, dead bodies. Am I stupid? Oh my god, dude, squeeze through the fucking the squeeze. Get down! Thanks for the save, Manny. Jesus.
Manny? You by yourself?
Yeah.
Tommy?
Shit. This sniper's a fucking pro.
What are you doing out here?
The boats. We were supposed to hit the island tonight. Then this pendejo showed up. I sent the guy to call for help. Backup should be on the way. Should be.
I need one of those boats. Now.
Why?
Ask me later.
Then I guess you're gonna help me take this guy out.
Let's do it.
That seems fair in my opinion. Napkin. I have finished my food. So napkin. I'm not looking the right way. I am. I'm just insane. Alright, just checking.
Stay low!
Yep.
He killed my whole fucking team.
Don't worry. We'll get him.
I know your team got coins on
Fuck
them.
these trespassers.
What trespassers?
The last few days, they came out of nowhere. They're hitting us hard.
Why?
Don't know.
It makes sense Abby wouldn't know about the trespassers because she wasn't. She's not actually
was I
run into
thinking?
them.
This way.
See. Abby!
I'm fine, don't worry about it. Like, Abby's not actually running into Ellie yet. Or Tommy. You can't blow up the cars, can you? That's not a thing that you can do. Okay, wait. I have a feeling...
Through here.
I was gonna say, I have a feeling this is safer than going around the car.
Go, go.
I lived.
Okay.
Now.
Fuck. What next?
Oh, I'm so thirsty. I love Werder. Manny doesn't understand my love for Werder, probably. In the drink. Oh! I've not been looking at him. I can't, dude. Okay. Like that says the sniper, like we're not supposed to know who it is. It's like we all know who it is. It's very obviously Tommy.
Almost got myself fucking killed.
That was my bad, technically. I kind of panic prone because I saw the.
Hey, over here! What
I saw the reflection and kind of panic prone.
Chingados. Straight as fuck.
Shit.
Okay, what do you want to do?
I don't know. What was the purpose of me moving that?
We need to get in that garage.
What garage? That one over there? That part of the garage? Nice shot, dude. My god. I can't even be mad about that. That was just impressive.
Let's get inside of that garage.
Thank you for the follow. I know you can walk. I was trying to figure out where to go.
We can use this as cover.
I'm right behind you.
I've played the game before. I just couldn't remember where to go.
The car's falling apart! We gotta move!
Yeah.
Go! Go!
Fuck, he's good.
Alright.
No shit.
I know he's good. That's
be
why I
going
said I
after
can't.
them.
I couldn't even be mad that he shot me like that, because that was just
How is that
impressive.
still on? Manny.
Oh yeah, the muscles. Manny's muscles aren't as big as mine though. He probably can't open as many jars as I can. It's really unfortunate. And yet he still gets more action than me.
What the fuck is he doing?
What do you think he's doing?
He's luring them to us. Get ready.
I mean, we know he's smart. It's fucking Tommy. Like, wait, sorry, hold on a sec. No, I don't want to use my there we go. Ow. I was trying to say I don't want to use my incendiary ammo. Just, I'm dying. I'm just dying all the time, constantly. Honestly, at this point, I think it's considered a skill. I die so much as Abby.
There's someone here.
It's just an Abby thing too. Where the oh, you're over there. Okay. Like I died a lot as Ellie. Don't get me wrong, but like I'm so bad at playing Abby for some reason. I don't know why. Okay. Because you don't, that's fair. Nah, I'm sure there's plenty of people that die on purpose when playing as Abby purely because they don't like
He's
her.
doing it again.
And I'm like, that's kind of fair. I'm not trying to die. I'm just real bad for some reason. away. Okay, wait, shit. Oh, hey, thanks. Oh, Jesus. Where the fuck is Manny, and can he help? I found him, and he is helping. All right. I missed. I also have this issue of like I try to tank the damage as Abby and like she can kind of tank the damage, but she can't. I don't know, dude. No, I struggle. I don't know why. That's the thing, is I legit don't know why. I've been struggling with it so much. Dude, it's hard for me to tell when he's got his
not gonna stop.
when he's got his scopes
I
on
know!
us. It's difficult. I can't tell.
Tumbler!
Oh my god, not a fucking I have a foolproof way to get rid of shamblers. 2 pipe bombs and they're down. I think it's like
Runner!
I think it's like 4. I know you can see the light. I'm saying I'm struggling to see
Gotta get to
it.
the bridge before he runs.
I was struggling
Yeah.
to see it with the fog and everything. It's because it's like I can very vaguely see it, but not that well. I don't.
can't
My
wait to
eysight's
get my
not
hands on
good.
this guy.
We'll say. Well, my eyesight is very not good. So I was struggling a little. It's cool. We got it. I think that there's another section though. Remember this part? I remember dying so many times at this part. Hold on, I'm looking for loot, dude. My guy, Manny, on. I need. Jesus. I need shivs. Shivs are like the only reason that I survive most clicker attacks.
Go ahead, I'll cover you.
Like genuinely, they're the main reason I survive most clicker attacks is because of the shivs. So Abby, I can't help but notice that you put the bandage on over your jacket.
Where did he go?
He couldn't have gone far.
Bandages, they fix your wounds and the holes in your jacket, apparently.
Down!
Damn it!
How could you?
308 off, he just threw things at me.
Okay, I don't.
Hey!
Oh, he's literally right there.
He's right there! Go, go, go!
I was like,
go,
where
go.
the fuck is he
Take the pressure
shooting
out.
from? I couldn't see him, it was
Get
too
down.
dark.
Get down!
Ow, what? Why does. Tommy, why does your gun have so much knockback on it? What the fuck? Sorry, there's like an unbelievable amount of knockback. It fucking ragdolled me. Where? I don't even.
You see him?
Oh, okay, wait.
There!
I don't think there's a point in shooting him. We can't kill him. Surely. Like, I mean, he has plot armor. So I saw, let's just, that was a waste of a bullet. I apologize. Yeah, he has plot armor. There's no point in me killing him.
Fuck!
And me wasting my ammo.
He's cornered!
Well, let Manny waste his ammo, that's
Come on.
fine. But he's an
Flush him
NPC,
out.
so like... Bro, he's not over here.
You alright?
Yeah.
He's in the garage. Okay, no, there's a it's a garage.
He'll be waiting. This way.
The garage.
You bring this
door.
asshole back to Isaac. You'll be golden again.
Oh my god, golden retriever. I I thought that was James's. Was it
Manny.
Jesse? What? Why am I Dude, Jesse is like a bro. He's like a surfer dog. Oh, so your bullets ragdoll me, but they don't ragdoll Manny? You know what you have to do now? Now you have to hunt him down and follow him back to Wyoming so that you can kill him. So that you can beat him to death with a gun. I'm never gonna be over that, I swear to God. I don't dislike necessarily. She would so be dead. Ellie would be like, you seriously are coming back? Again? So I don't dislike that we end up playing as Abby. I do kind of enjoy seeing her story.
Fucker.
But that doesn't mean I like Abby, you know? For me, it's less of a, oh my god, I love Abby, and more of a, I think it's interesting to see her perspective. But it doesn't mean I like her. I think she's a decent character. But, that's about all she's got going for her. She's... I think she's a very well-written character. That's about all she's got going for her. And she's played by Laura Bailey. And I fucking love Laura Bailey.
You alright?
Forcing me to drink my water.
G308 Offie just redeemed hydrate.
Yeah.
Plus, I love Lev, so I'm not gonna be sad about us meeting Lev. I love him so much, my son. Word. Sorry, my voice was changing. That's why I just stared at the camera. Whenever you redeem Hydrate and I stare at the camera, it's because my voice is... I have to wait for the voice changer to activate. It takes so long sometimes. Okay. Yeah, it's a little slow sometimes. It's fine. I find that like once I change the voice once, it goes a bit faster. Like switching it back to clean is usually really quick. It's just it happens. It happens.
Doesn't matter. Let's get Lev and get back to the aquarium. Come on. We'll take that boat.
Sorry. I forgot about the sassy hips. Sorry. Through my own head sometimes, I swear. I don't know.
Come on.
Oh, to be a boat.
Where is everyone? No guards? They don't use this corner of the island.
I didn't miss. Wait, hold on. Did I?
Look. Lev's boat. We have to catch up to him.
I'm gonna say that.
Do
I
you know where
didn't
he's
miss
going?
anything, right?
To our house. That's where our mom will be.
Unless it's like
How far
a
is
big
it?
open
Across the island?
explorable area during a battle, usually there's not a
What about your
collectible.
people?
Squirrel.
We'll take
Are
back
they
trails.
squirrels or rabbits? Whatever.
They won't see us. Are you sure the wolves are attacking tonight?
Yeah, that's what my friend told me.
They'll use this storm as a cover for the attack. Unless Isaac changes his mind.
Your leader, Isaac. What does he want?
An end to the fighting.
But at what cost?
At this point, any cost.
Up here.
Are you good climbing that?
It's the fastest way.
I go past it. Oh, I have to go to the top of the ladder. Okay, sorry. I think I already have this collectible though, so like... I was about to ask why Abby was going up the ladder so slow. Gee, I wonder why Abby's going up the ladder so slow. And then I slowly emerge into the daytime. Pretty late.
Abby!
Grabbing supplies. Just in case.
Yeah. There's a coin here. Back to the left, go inside the truck. Yeah, okay, I already got that training manual. I think I got all the training manuals. Or at least most of them. You know what, I'm not checking this shit right now, let's just go. Yo, it's definitely not a UPS truck. My favorite.
Abby, why are you helping us?
Bird. That's an ugly ass bird, alright. I stared at the bird! Hold on, let me restart. I stared at the... Bruh. Thank you for the sub.
Bad Blood Moon 6 just subscribed for 1 month.
I stared at the bird so long that Yara no longer wanted to talk to me. I missed the conversation completely. She doesn't want to have it. Oh, that's it. Okay, no, it's fine. Thank you for this. Thank you for this blood book. You know your username. You know what it is.
Is that your village?
No, that's Haven. Ours is further inland.
Come in. Come in. Come in.
Oh no.
What is that?
It's our warning signal. Your people are here.
That's our Awooga
The
alarm,
whole island
Abby.
is on alert now. We need to hurry.
That's how we
Damn it,
Awooga.
Isaac.
Sorry, hold on. They said that, isn't it just Owen? It wasn't Owen following. Dude, I fucking hate Owen. I like Abby more than I like Owen. And that's really depressing. Because I don't like Abby. My hatred for Owen is so strong that Abby looks better in comparison. I fucking hate Owen so much. I don't know, something about him, just the way that he acts and all of every single action he takes, I fucking hate him so much.
Half of us are trained in combat.
What are the other half gonna do when my people get here?
Some will hide, most will fight.
Like, bro has... Like... I just can't. I don't know. I don't know what it is about him specifically. First of all, just based off of cutscenes, when he and Abby were together, he was toxic as fuck. Because there is a complete difference in, like, joking around with your partner and making your partner, who was deathly afraid of heights, climb up to the top of the Ferris wheel and then telling her to look over the edge.
Where's everyone?
While rocking the cart back and forth. Knowing she is afraid of heights. Like, she literally has a fucking panic attack because of the heights. Dude. Just, what the fuck? Poor fucking Mel. That, like... Just... Mel deserved better, okay? Just, Mel deserved better. gonna say anything about
May
like
the light guide us through the storm.
the Owen cheating on her thing, because that's not
you're
just
lost
his
in the
fault.
darkness.
Abby is also responsible
Look for
for
the light.
that.
What's that?
Something my dad used to say.
Because like I'd be able to give the greatest of positivity.
G308 Offie just redeemed
You need to climb up
positivity.
there.
True.
Greatest of positivity, being right about how shitty of a person Owen is. Like, it'd be one thing if Abby didn't know that Owen and Mel were together, but she fucking knew. So they're both fully at fault for that. I just fucking hate Owen. Fuck yeah, crossbow bolts, even though I'm awful with the crossbow. I'm not sure I've used the crossbow since getting the stability up, though.
Get them to the shelter!
Oh, my braid flowing beautifully in the wind.
This is bad.
How do we get through this?
We don't. We cry.
The gate'll be locked.
We cry. We suffer.
The lumber mill.
We...
The big building on the right with the
I don't
trenches.
That gets us out of here?
Yeah, we can cut through it.
Perfect. Come on.
Close the gate! Seal off the camp!
I'm sat here thinking, and I'm like, I love that during all of this, while all of this is happening, right? Ellie is like... Ellie is going on this like crazy ass revenge quest. Like she's playing Red Dead Redemption 2, but only the epilogue. Meanwhile, Abby is like just trying to live her life. She's just playing the main story of Red Dead Redemption 2. I don't know why. That's really a really entertaining thought. Which is crazy because Abby is nothing like Arthur Morgan. Nah, bro. What, you think the grass is shooting you? Idiot. Can I get under here? No. So I appear to be out of... I appear to be out of crossbow bolts. Yeah, rip Arthur. A king amongst men. We love that guy. I have to finish that game again for the like 10 millionth time. I started that I don't need this. Started that playthrough, however. Sorry, my cat came in. I started that playthrough like however fucking long ago and then just never finished it. I got sad because I'm on the final mission of chapter 4. I was like, I don't wanna. No hesitation. Came right in on the chair. She's like, I can't help but notice that you have a chair that I can sit in. Yeah? Are you laying down? What are you doing? Okay, thank you. Sorry, the cat scritches take priority over the video game. Why is my fucking... Sorry. Oh my god, no, wait, did I... The stream's not lagging at all, right? It's fine. Like, I think that it is. I've not gotten any... Okay, good. I have 2 different profiles on my OBS, so I have one for, like, smaller games and then one for bigger games. I wasn't sure, because I guess I accidentally switched to the profile that's for bigger games. So my bitrate is at 8K, but the default is like 6K. I wanted to make sure it wasn't lagging at all because of how high the bitrate was. It happens sometimes. Okay, they know we're here. Do I really need the silencer? Where? Okay, I need to, like, play the game and not. Okay, I'm in the drink. Oh, hey, buddy.
In here!
I just want your loot. I don't care about you. I just want your loot. Auto aim. I'm so bad at aiming with. I'm playing this on the PlayStation. I'm very bad at aiming with controller. So. Oh. Auto aim. You wouldn't shoot the grass, would you? I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Her floating off of the ground is really entertaining.
Where'd they go?
I'm behind you, silly. Oh, it's awful. I missed his head with the first shot and just kind of kept firing. Give me your melee weapon. Yeah. One of those big boy weapons. I haven't played this game for like 4 days, so I just forgot how to fucking play. Hey. Excuse me, Yara, I'm coming through. 3. That it? 1, 2, 3. There might be more further in though, somewhere. Three still. Okay. I didn't see that guy. I swear to God, Abby's listening range isn't as good as Ellie's.
Angel! That way! It came from that way!
Like, Ellie would be able to hear everybody within like a 20-mile radius.
Look everywhere. They can't have gone far.
Y'all can't see me? Seriously? Yara's not even in cover. Like, you... Yara isn't even in cover. You can very clearly see her.
Protect the camp!
Get to the lumber mill!
You'll pay for us!
Alright, good job, Yara. Sorry, I don't know why turning around and seeing Yara just like legit standing there was really entertaining. Okay, 2 at least. No.
Got that one!
Yeah. Oh god, is that a fucking Jeremy Lee Seraphite? I knew she was wolves. I didn't know she was Seraphites too. I can never escape her. She follows me everywhere.
I think that's it.
Yeah,
You all right?
just a little winded.
Okay, supposedly there's a collectible somewhere. This looks... Where the okay, stop. Wait. I'm going to assume this is probably the lumber mill, right? Surely. Okay. Aha, okay. I might have already gotten this collectible. Look, I know that I'm gonna have to play this game again because I missed so many freaking collectibles. Coin? I didn't get it. All right, we have obtained Montana. Whee! Oh! Hey, what's up? I broke my knees. Oh, I love stealing. Okay. Sick parkour moves.
Come on, this way.
I know, I love when they're like over here and then they get shot in the head. That's my favorite part. Dude, the braid physics on Abby, I don't know why, are like really funny to me. Because her braid is so bouncy for no reason. Granted, my hair is mildly bouncy. I need to upgrade, like I need to up the jiggle physics on my braids, I will
Oh,
admit.
shit.
May she protect us.
Yara, we need to move. Isaac, what are you doing?
It seems very possible I've already gotten this.
Get down.
This is a gift. They're on our territory now. Let's show them what they deserve.
Alright, well, this is awkward.
Wolf!
Alright. I think we've determined that me just running towards them full force doesn't work. And yet I still keep trying to do it. I will never stop. I do it all the
Get down.
fucking time.
This is a gift. They're on our territory now. Let's show them what they deserve.
I do it all the time. I'll just be like,
survive
hey, buddy. Alright, no, they're running, honestly. There's no real point in me trying to kill them, I think. Like, just let them go. That was
Where'd you
close.
know?
Yeah, I died last
We'll cut through
time.
the lodge up ahead.
Yara, back in the logging camp. Where were they taking the kids?
We have shelters everywhere. If things get really bad, we'll take them off the island.
Good.
We knew this day might come. Get your supplies and let's go.
Okay.
Yo, sick. A book. It's just a normal logging book. That's crazy. It's just a normal people logging book, like what they have with in Jackson. Okay, I would appreciate it if you could. Am I on? Do I have to be on this side? Okay, apparently I have to be on. All right, no, I guess that makes sense. I'm just used to usually characters will get on the ladder from whatever side you try to get on. It's the first one on the left. Okay. There's supposedly something in here. Apples, epic. I need my fiber. Need some fruit. Workbench, surprise, surprise. Is that drugs? Aren't I? I'm full. I don't know if I have to interact with the workbench in order for it to count towards the achievement. I don't know. Alright, let's go look at this fucking shrine, I guess. Just gonna steal your shit, don't mind me. All the prayers you were leaving, don't care. I don't care. That appears to be everything in this chapter.
Please protect him.
My iPad loves to just refresh the page. Anytime it's idle for more than like 10 seconds, it just refreshes the page. It's an old fucking iPad.
Great.
I think I could do, I could turn up the brightness a bit more on my dynamic lighting thing, but unsure.
See that tall tower? The Space Needle? What? Yeah, I see it.
Head towards it.
I see, like, Ellie would be able to see those guys with her listening range. We know there's at least 2 people here. I guess. Yo, corn? Oh, fuck yeah!
Is it true about the number of wolves?
I love raw corn. Oh, tomatoes.
This happened. Doesn't matter now. Just be ready.
Anyways, I don't hate tomatoes. Like, there's worse things to eat. But I'm not the biggest fan. Thank you. I need more stuffed animals.
G308 Offie just redeemed throw things at me.
Like, I'm not the biggest fan of tomatoes. They're good when they're on burgers and stuff. That's fine. I like that. I can sort of stand them in, like, a salad. Like, grape tomatoes in a salad. They're kind of okay. Not my favorite, but, like, they're not awful. I think the issue with grape tomatoes is that it's you know, first of all, like, if you're eating a grape tomato, you're more than likely just putting the entire thing in your mouth. And the issue with that is then you bite into it and it's like, whoa, tomato! Whoa! But, like, other than that, they're fine. I also like them in Ratatouille, but I don't necessarily like Ratatouille, which that's more of a texture issue than anything else. My sister made it one time and it was really good. She said it tasted like spaghetti, and I can kind of see it. I can definitely see it. Texture was so weird, though. Alright. Get a little bit. Excuse me, Yara. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna shove you out of the way a little bit here, Yara. Yoink! I probably should be hiding these bodies, but at the same time, eh. You can't jump over that, seriously? Okay, there we go. Maybe there just wasn't enough room. I don't know. She's fine walking through the corn. She didn't want to step on the tomato plants, though, I guess.
What?
Layla, the runaway's here! With a wolf! Pay for this, Yara!
She saw me, I panicked.
They ran in the grass!
Actually, I went prone in the grass. Dingus. Yeah, come on. Come towards me. Yeah, come on. Come towards me. Come on. A little bit more. Come on. Is that Yara that I just saw?
I don't see them.
You don't see them. I don't see them, even though Yara is literally standing up.
Quiet.
Oh, it's so good. Yara not stealthing the enemy. Oh man, where'd they go?
To our left. Careful.
I love it when they can't see the NPC you're with. It's my favorite. Are you guys all, like, forced to have the same hairstyle? Because if so, why? Like, they could at least, cult, I know, I get it. But they could at least make it a good-looking hairstyle, I'm just saying. I guess it's convenient, at least. You know, it's up out of the way.
Don't try.
Noticed Abby also, like, has this risk of being caught when she's sneaking up on people. I don't think Ellie had that, though. I could be wrong. I don't know if, like, Abby is just, she's so beefy that no matter how hard she tries, she can never stealth properly. They can hear the beef. They hear the beef coming and they're like, oh my god, she can open jars for me.
Not a word.
Alright. 2... I'm just making sure we didn't miss anybody. I see, I mean, there's at least 2. Where are you going? Are you going around? Okay. Where are you going? 3. Okay, I'm up here now, I guess. Aha! Human shield! Human shield! Human shield! Just kidding, I don't care about them. I found you as if they didn't see me run into the grass.
Fuck.
Alright.
That was rough.
That actually wasn't that
Let's get to the
bad.
village.
I mean, I only got caught a couple of times. It was not nearly as bad as the logging camp. So I managed to stealth my way through that pretty easy without using too many resources. Very new for me. I'm checking the... Oh no, I got all the collectibles for this chapter, I'm pretty sure. Okay, cool. I assume, just judging based off the fact that I went to the next chapter in the guide. Okay, bye, Cece. You go be scrungly elsewhere, I guess. I've taken to calling her Scramgles. Cause, like, she's a scrungly scrambled egg. So she's now Scramgles. I don't know why. Just know that she is.
Not that way. They'll see us.
It's fine, we can't get that way anyways.
It's here. Come on.
How's the arm? Hurts.
This way.
Yo, bro, they got Finch. Nice. They were talking about how they fished up plenty of salmon. Oh, I love salmon. Actually. Oh, look at dog! Oh, what a good,
Abby,
what a nice
help me.
doggy! What? Sorry, I was looking at the dog. Definitely a dog. It was self-defense. He defended himself. It's as simple as that.
Jeez. I just tried talking to her. I tried to make her understand. But she just kept yelling. She started chasing me. I tried to make her stop. I was just pushing her off of me. She hit the table.
Listen.
I love him so much. I actually do love Lev so much.
Nothing.
I just want to hug him.
It's gonna be okay, I promise.
I wanna leave.
Yeah, me too. Come on.
Okay, I have a bow now, apparently. Oh no, that's Lev's bow, isn't it? Yeah, here you go.
Okay.
My son.
Come on. Here.
Yo, y'all got- Oh, I thought those were bananas.
It's okay.
My bad, I thought those were bananas. Your mom died, but hey, check it out, you have fucking bananas in your
happening?
house.
Wolves? All over the island. We'll be okay. She protects us. Shouldn't we head back for our
And then
boat?
they weren't even bananas.
I hear fighting
They
back there.
it was
I
corn.
hear fighting everywhere.
Oh my
There are
god.
lots of boats in Haven.
That's what I was thinking. We can cut through Old Town, avoid the main roads.
How far's Haven?
Not close, but it's our best chance. Just keep following us.
Lead the way.
Rabbit.
Everyone's left to fight the wolves.
Yeah.
Did we? Okay. Did his arm get bandaged, perchance? I saw some cuts on his arm from their mom. Did they get bandaged? Did we, like, bandage him up, or... Okay, you know what? It's fine. Let's just go. Yo, Lev, I got some 2D blueberries over here if you're hungry. Actually, I don't think those were blueberries. They look a little bit dark. No. Upon second glance, those are definitely blueberries. Jeez. That is a fish. Oh my god, I'm blind, dude.
How's your arm?
Arm's fine. I'm just tired.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Mom believed with all her heart.
I know.
Then why would this happen to her?
Our faith doesn't make us immortal. Loss is around every corner.
His religion
She
is
guides
dumb.
us.
That's down the street.
Get inside.
Okay,
Quickly.
thanks. I definitely deserve to go first. There's nothing in here. Are you serious? Just give me a shitty ass door. Ew.
What's the plan?
Do I need to crouch down? I'm not sure I do.
Bring the villages by the farmland.
I'd say probably not, and yes, unless Yara and Lev start getting in cover, but they're fine. To be fair, the game does also usually
Under the door.
tell you
Quickly.
when you're in like immediate danger, when there's people.
We're leaving so many people behind.
We can't help them.
I know.
Stay close to me.
Okay.
It's like usually someone will say something,
Oh,
whether that
God.
be
We need to get off the street.
whether that be
Lev.
you, whoever
Abby.
you're playing, or
This way.
whoever you're with. I know Yara dies also. I'm not really ready for that, can I just say? Just poor fucking Lev.
Where are we meeting up with Isaac?
Over by the old radio tower. Just a little ways from here.
Any word from the capital?
Alpha's got them on the defensive, and Bravo's heading in.
Caught these freaks completely off guard.
Yeah, it'll all be over soon. Let's move!
Bro, it's not my fault. It's not their fault that half of these people were just a
Can we get away from these guys?
Yeah. We're going a different way.
Oh my god, they got special cola. Purple flavor! Dude! limited edition purple special
Yeah, you're
Tola.
Go.
Yo, Gina's gonna love this. We should bring one to Ellie when we go to get our coin collection back and give her back her Pokemon cards. Whole ass like comic in this universe that's got its own video game and like trading cards, and I just refuse to call them anything but Pokemon cards.
Abby, we need your help.
See, this is the jar. This is the jar that needs to be opened.
Come on. Are the wolves still nearby?
I don't know. Just keep going.
I opened the shit out of that jar, bro. Like, then I'm just running around looting everything.
Yeah.
They're like, we have to get out of here, and I'm like, ooh, loot! Eleven, do you need help getting up there?
No sign of them.
Like, obviously we know I can get up there.
Abby?
Yara!
Don't worry, Lev, I'll be your new sister.
Yara, please!
Oh, poor Lev.
Come on! I can't leave her here! Stay back!
Drop it, now!
Oh, shit.
It's Abby! Stay back!
Stand down.
Isaac.
Well, she was nice enough to
The
not
hell you
pick her
doing?
body, I guess. You stop shining
I
that
need you to hear me
flashlight
out.
on me, please? Oh, God, it's so bright.
What's that
My
behind
gamer
you?
eyes.
He
That's,
saved my
it's
life.
my son!
Out of the way.
What
We'll
do
deal with you
you
back home.
mean?
He's not one of them, please.
Abby, move.
God damn it, he's just a kid!
You have 3 seconds to get away from that scar.
No, fuck you, I adopted him.
You really gonna shoot me?
2.
It'll bounce off my
fucking
muscles,
moving.
I'm telling you. My muscles are so strong, it'll just bounce right off them. Did we please get some 07s for Yara? She's a real one. Your sister just died, 07.
Lev, we need to move.
She's gone.
I know. I'm sorry, love.
She's gone. Come on. Those were your fucking people.
You're
Not
my
anymore.
people. Listen to me. We're gonna have to fight to get out of this, okay? And then I need you to show us to those boats. We don't let anybody stop us. Yeah? Okay. Okay. Follow me.
And then when we get back, we'll make them little graves. It's fine. Fucking poor Lev, dude. Oh, jeez.
Grab what you can.
Like, obviously, I know that everybody, you know, obviously it's the apocalypse, everybody has suffered, but he is just going through it in these past couple of days. They tried to kill him because he's trans, and then his mom tried to kill him because he's trans. And then the wolves are trying to kill him because he's a Seraphite. And then his sister died. After he killed his mom. I'm gonna take a drink, Lev. Ah, sorry, I was really thirsty.
Come on out, Abby. Let's get this over with.
We're here to warn them, you fucking snake.
No, actually, I was just here to get Lev. Jesus. Might be able to sneak up on this guy. Dun-dun,
Any sign of
dun-dun,
them?
dun-dun. I already did this bit with Ellie. I'm not gonna sit here and do. Look, my cat's back. We've already determined that it takes me too long to get to an enemy in order for me to continue to do the silly little shark music. And the jaws piece of— what are you grabbing? What are you— okay. What? There's nobody here! There's nobody here! Shut up! Take a nap! It's not like— take a sleep! Stop shining your flashlight on me, my god. That is actually just rude.
We've got them. I got it.
Where are you? That you're saying you think you got them?
I'll see what's up.
Just gonna ragdoll this body?
You got anything? You okay?
You okay? Yeah, they're fine. No, she's fine. How the fuck did they just— you looked right at me! Girl, you deserve to die. Come here. Y'all looked directly at me. The fuck? You guys are so— you just now noticed me. You're so bad at video games. I thought I was the one that was bad at video games. No, you guys are awful. My god. Stop it. Die quieter. Jeez. Everybody else died all nice and quiet, and then you're like, ah! Like, shut up.
She's here with us. Get her! She's out!
Oh, I'm out of ammo.
On the left!
Anyways. Dude, at the Jeremy Lee Wolf, she's back. I told you guys I can't escape her. Oh, I thought you were Lev coming up the stairs. My bad. Jesus. Where the fuck even is Lev? No, don't send me back. I was doing so good, too. I actually stealth killed many of them.
Wait, back then? I'll see what it was.
No, you didn't. Y'all didn't. You didn't. Ow. Again, with the— this is not Lev. I don't know where he is. Give me your ankles!
Yeah.
Alas, I could not hit his ankles. Oh no, here? That was— what? Okay, you guys don't mind if I heal, right? Okay, let me just—
Got her! Fuck!
you completely missed. You completely missed me with that pipe bomb, by the way.
Keep her down!
Let me get this one out here. Alright. Appreciate it if there weren't a fucking flashlight in my eyes. Don't you start your shit! Jesus. Let me just, nice shot, Lev! Lev, behind you! Oh my god, what is wrong with the computer today?
Take them out! Wipe them out!
Okay, let's see. It's you... 2. Alright. And then wherever the fucking hell Lev is, I'm not sure. I think he's still up there. I don't know, bro. Did you try looking with your eyes, idiot? Haha, got him. this. I was gonna shoot him, but that just seems like a waste of ammo right now, so let me just... do a little bit of a sneak here. My bad. I love that you don't actually need to, like, kill people when you do these. Because you're fully capable of just going through- well, you're fully capable of just, like, going through these areas. I just don't. If they're alive, how am I supposed to loot? Exactly. I think
Lev,
that's all of them.
you still
yeah.
with me?
Yeah.
Actually, not that much loot.
Cover me.
Yeah.
I got it. Go.
Abby, you killed those wolves.
For you!
It doesn't matter. We're getting off this island. Which way?
There's a radio station up ahead. We're gonna cut through it.
Alright.
How far is this Haven place from here?
Still got a ways to go.
Lev, get the ladder for me.
I love it when they're lifting somebody smaller than them because they straight up throw each other. Like in the first game, Joel, whenever he was giving Ellie a leg up, she would legit just fucking throw her, and it's so
In
funny.
here.
And then Abby just fucking ragdolls everyone. She's so muscular. Okay, I like have definitely missed collectibles, surely, at this point, right? There's only one coin. I'm not sure. I most definitely have missed this coin. Wow. I most definitely have missed this coin. Which one is it? Arkansas. Okay, no, I definitely don't have Arkansas. Or Arkansas, whatever you want to call it. Why are these not in alphabetical order? And then there was the workbench. I wasn't even thinking, like, when we got to the workbench, I was like, oh yeah.
Alright, what have we got?
There, my cat's eating the crumbs off my plate. Classic. Cece, what are you doing, baby? Alright, let me get up the collectibles for, like, the next... There's only 3 more chapters, and we're switching between Ellie and Abby for those last 3 chapters. Okay. What are you doing? I don't know what this cat's doing. She's just standing on the desk.
Oh my god.
Hi! Jesus.
Is that Haven?
Yeah. What's left of it?
Lev, where are the boats?
On the docks.
No
Past
shit.
the fires.
Then we better get down there before they're all gone, right?
Yes.
We're not dying on this island.
I know.
She says that, but
Let's get
haven't
down
I
there.
died? Have I died on this island? I'm pretty sure I have. At least once. Maybe twice. Oh god, the Jeremy Lee Wolf is back. She haunts me. She haunts my dreams. say this like I think like I hate Jeremy Lee. No, I think she's a great actress. Like
Where do we go?
actress.
Follow the stone bridges.
Oh my god.
Okay.
It's
Follow
just
my
the
lead.
fact that she's like one of those people that's just in everything.
Kill the wolves! Jesus Christ! Damn it! Lily's here!
Who? I don't know who that is.
Kill them!
I don't know who the fuck this Lily person is, but like, definitely not with me. Unless I just look like someone named Lily, that's possible. I know.
There! They're trapped in there!
Cover all the windows! Don't let them surround us! Get those motherfuckers!
Hey guys, what's up? Have you seen this shit? Let's go. Let's go.
Kill them all!
I think we have to go through that store? Question mark? That or there's just loot in there.
Take them down!
Loot and wolves. Definitely have the okay to cross the street.
First guards over here! By the restaurant!
Hurry, y'all cursing my name. I'm not doing anything. I'm just army crawling through the grass. Okay, we have to go through the restaurant.
They're killing each other.
Good. Oh, free horse! I know they're killing each other. That's why I never bothered to stand up. It just seemed easier to let them kill each other.
Over here!
Charlotte! You're not getting out of here!
How many of you fucks named Charlotte are there? Jeez. I kill a Charlotte like every other day, I swear. Ow. You'd think she'd be able to tank more damage than that. If that were Ellie, you'd have to hit her like 5 fucking times, even on low health.
Put those freaks down!
Where are we? Did it send me all the way back to the beginning? Are you fucking kidding me? God damn it. Alright.
Destroy them!
Motherfucker!
Jesus!
I'm just gonna do the exact same thing I did last time. I just so happen to be going a different direction this time. That was way easier than last time. Okay. The Seraphites are all like standing in the same spots. The wolves are actually moving and advancing though.
There! They're trapped in there!
Cover all the windows! Don't let them surround us!
Poor Lev must be watching Abby like, what the fuck is she doing?
Light him up!
Just gotta get I think that they're so busy fighting each other that they won't even notice if I kill people.
Kill the wolves!
down! Invaders! Come quickly!
They're killing each other.
Good.
I'm still real bad at using the crossbow, even with the better stability. Alright, yep, run by me, that's fine. Motherfucker. Alright, that works.
Bring him down!
Scope on this thing. I have to remember that there's a scope. Yoink. I'm sure I just picked up an arrow, even though I definitely can't use arrows with this, but whatever, I guess. Sorry, why did you make that noise when I hit you? You got the gas spout! I'm proud of you! Really moving up in the world.
Miles! Go around! Get your side!
Oh yeah, good luck with that one, buddy.
Miles! You fucking bitch!
You started it, I don't know.
No!
Yes. Knocking me prone does nothing. I still have a gun.
I don't see anybody.
Don't let your guard down.
They're like, yeah, I hit her. I knocked her down. I'm like, okay, I still have a gun. What's your point? Oh my god. Nah, yeah, so let's stick with the one-shot weapon, even though it's almost dead. I think it's fine. I don't know how much more fighting we have left to do, though. I don't think it's too much. Health, nice. My health isn't, like, awful right now, but it could be better. What flavor special cola do they have here? Prop? The fuck? Okay, you know what? No, I'm done. They don't have special cola? They just have depression. My dreams are crushed by the lack
Abby.
of special cola.
I have an idea.
Is it to steal that horse? Cause same. Doggy! Pretty doggy!
Lev, come on!
Okay, I know I called the
You know
sheep
how to ride?
earlier.
More or less.
I called the sheep
Hang on.
earlier. You know. I called those dogs.
Keep
this
low.
is definitely a dog. Because
Just keep
horses
pointing
are
the
just
way.
overgrown dogs.
ahead.
I don't know if you've ever seen the way that they
Here we
act.
go! Get ready!
It's Abby!
Now!
Fuck you! They are actually just overgrown
Let
dogs.
her go!
Thanks, Lev.
Whoa! God damn it! Hold on tight!
Oh god! Haven.
Should we still go there?
I don't know. The boats are there.
Fuck it. Nothing is stopping us.
Nothing is stopping us.
Can we
Hang
take
on.
the horse with us?
Abby!
Unless I am
Burn in hell,
explicitly
you
told
wretches.
otherwise, I'm going to believe that the horse lives.
Hang on, we're going through!
They already killed one horse that I loved, and I'm not happy about it. I'm still not over Kage's
Which way to the
death.
docks?
Up and over the hill. Abby, Ryder! Forget it. We have to keep moving.
Don't worry. Now we know the horse lives.
Right there. The docks. Okay. We gotta get out of here.
Just looking over here, see. That's not that deep. That's not that far, but I'm sure that it wants us to just go through like a normal.
Abby, this way. Come on.
That horse is your brother, by the way, Lev. I adopted him. He's my son.
Don't leave any of these freaks alive!
Wipe them out!
Apparently I took the silencer off my pistol. I don't really think it matters right now, actually.
Clear out these houses!
Destroy them!
The apothecary's here!
The apothecary is here? Yo, Mau Mau from Apothecary Diaries is here? Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah!
I see Abby!
No, you don't.
Wipe them out!
I feel like, no, that's it. Let's just let them kill each other. Oh my god, they killed Arthur Morgan! Damn. Nobody is who they say they are anymore. Your name's Arthur, you are now Arthur Morgan. They keep saying apostate. I can't believe Lev is Mau Mau from Apothecary Diaries. Wow, Mau Mau, you trans new gender, that's so cool. She seems to think everybody is bisexual, so like, I'm sure Jinshi won't mind. Dies like that. Hi, buddy. I'm just sneaking behind all of them. They're so focused on each other. Sweet, I swapped my axe for an axe.
Anyone escape?
Hold the line!
Fuck yeah.
They're just over this hill.
Lily!
Who?
You brought the wolves to us!
Levis. They keep getting my name wrong, like seriously. My name's Abby, guys. Abby. Jeez. Like, they both end in Y, so everybody's like, nah, that's
Shouldn't
definitely
come back,
your name.
apostate!
Oh my god, dude. I don't like the apothecary. Shit.
Oh no!
Wait, what?
Come on, Abby!
It says I'm holding an axe. Why is she holding a sickle?
Up here!
Okay. I don't know, dude. My thing says I'm holding an axe, but then she's very clearly holding a sickle.
Go.
I just no words, I guess. I don't even know why.
We gotta get out of here fast! Come on. Come on.
I jumped to get on the beam and then died. I literally only fell because I jumped to get on the beam like a dingus.
The supports aren't going to hold!
I know!
The fire's spreading!
I know.
Shit! Keep going! The roof's gonna come down!
Ah!
This definitely seems like I have to go down. Okay. I kind of assumed I had to go through the ladder. I had to get to the ladder, but I guess not. It's like a safe assumption to make, to be fair.
stupid to come back here!
Fuck you!
You're a damn disgrace!
Lost my shit, but hey, get off of him!
Damn you!
I'm fine. God, I am not doing great on these dodges. Ow. There we go. Getting there, getting there. On the bright side, if I die now, it'll send me back to this part. Okay, you're on 3 instead of 2 now. That's 6, good to know. I got the Scrungle, she's back. She's back to bring me luck. The goodest of Scrungles. Never mind, she's leaving. Damn, she got him good. Nice shot, Lev, as always. Sorry, I heard grabbing him with his fucking mouth not fully attached like that. So
Are you okay?
Yeah. Let's find a boat.
My tongue's so pretty. Y'all just straight up sounded like zombies at this point. I lost my shit. No, my coin collection! I spent the entire game getting those coins back after Ellie stole them. Damn. Oh, hell yeah. Rowboat? Push. Let's go. I feel like it seems easier for us to go over to the wolves boats that are right there.
Okay.
Had him on his bald little head.
Here.
Sorry, my iPad was on the Technoblade button. It's just, I can't. It's definitely not the worst button I could have hit, I guess. think I really have anything too crazy cursed on here. Cece, my ass hurts. I need to adjust. So come here. Hold on.
Liv. Let's get out of the rain.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. My tracking turns off. It's because the cat's on the desk. Well, it's a good thing she kept the keys in her pocket and not in her bag, I guess.
The hell?
Is that...
We already know who did this, obviously.
Stay behind me.
Levi might be mildly lost. Never mind, there's a door.
Be careful.
Why the fuck I was thinking Owen had gone after Abby to go to the island. I'm fucking tripping or something, I don't know. Gotta cough up all that seawater, I guess.
Abby.
Well, Lev, we only have two things in this world. Each other and my rippling muscles. Go find a jar. I don't know why I'm so hung up on that fucking jar, dude. I'm so happy that it just teleports me to the theater, and that I
What
don't
do we
have
do when we find him?
I don't have to run all the way here.
Just figure out how to get in first.
Okay, well, obviously we know the front door isn't gonna work.
Lights are on. Still with me, Lev?
Yes.
Oh, I boost Lev up. Okay, that works.
Okay. Grab that ladder. Ready?
There I go, throwing him again. Classic. Convenient open window. my favorite.
Alright. Stay quiet now.
What the hell is going on over there?
These are Leah's.
Too bad Leah's fucking dead. To be fair, I'm pretty sure Ellie wasn't the one that killed Leah. I believe she was already dead
Stay close.
when we found her.
Fucking Jesse. I think I don't know what real gold looks like. Wait till you see this, you son of a bitch. She's gonna love it.
Hands up. Back away from your shit. I said back up!
You're making a big mistake.
Don't fucking turn around. Liv, keep your bow on him. Get on the ground.
You gonna kill me like a coward?
You fucking people. Jesse, stand up! Hands in the air, I shoot this one too.
Don't you do it, Ellie. Get out of here.
Stand up! Now!
Don't you fucking dare!
Shut the fuck up! All right?
Stop! Stop!
I played this on my TV last
Toss your
time,
weapon.
so I didn't hear that
Toss your weapon!
Abby could hear Ellie saying Jesse's name.
I know why you killed Joel. He did what he did to save me. There is no cure because of me. I am the one that you want. Just let him go.
Rip Jesse. My bro. My bro. He's
You
gone.
killed my friends. We let you both live. And you wasted it.
Wait! Get off of her! Move me!
Come on.
Oh no, not Tommy. I don't. Dude. I know. I played it before. Tommy lives. I already know this.
Stay here. Watch the exits. Don't let her leave.
Fuck! Don't you fucking run!
Better close this door better, Ellie. She's quiet. Oh, jeez. Oh my god, Ellie. She's fucking quiet. I can barely see her.
You're fucking dead!
Okay, apparently Ellie has a machete. Alright. Yeah, I think we learned that the hard way. Dude. Use listen mode to gain the upper hand. She's so quiet. She's genuinely, she's so quiet. Oh my god. I'm really just saying she's quiet because like she's so faint in listen mode that I can't think of why else Like, why would she be that faint if it weren't because she's walking super slow and like she's
Let me
super
see your
quiet.
face.
No. So I don't remember. Am I supposed to be sneak attacking her or? You see, like, where is she? She's so quiet.
I know you're in here.
I would think part one of like sneak attacking her would be find a weapon. No.
There you are.
Oh, okay. I think I have to find a weapon. Let's stop trying to sneak attack her with our bare hands and find a weapon. Because this is very clearly not working. Go say hi to Dina. By chance. Jesus Christ. Fuck, where is she? I can't.
You're gonna die here.
Just ominously hear her like shouting at me on occasion, but I don't know where she is. It's like one, she is trying to walk quietly, but two, Abby's listen mode sucks. Like it's actually it's awful. I've tried sneaking up behind her. I do not think that it is possible to sneak up behind her, but I don't know. I'm looking for a weapon. I just can't. I'm not seeing one.
Where are you?
Oh my god, she scampers away when I get close. No, how dare you
Make this
scamper?
quick.
I am just sitting in listen mode, by the way, just trying to keep my eyes on her. No, what? Oh my fucking god, okay. And maybe I can I find a bottle somewhere? Is that possible? I need a bottle or possibly a brick. Hopefully, I feel like that would make it way too easy though. But I don't know. Just keep our eyes peeled, I guess.
Show yourself.
after all this, and it turns out I was supposed to grab a bottle before I even came back here. Fucking bet. Dude, there's literally a set right here that's got bottles.
I know you're in here.
I'm not, actually. Fake bottles. No real bottle. I need real bottle to possibly throw at Ellie and attack. I'm legit gonna have to fucking Google where a bottle is, because I don't know. I'm struggling. I'm struggling. I can't attack her. She has to be stunned, but I don't know where anything is. The people are, there should also be bottles. I'm not seeing bottles anywhere. Just thank you.
Bad Blood Moon 6 just redeemed throw things at me.
Okay, I have to get through this phase, and then there will be bottles and things that I can use. If only I could fucking hear her. Abby, your fucking listen mode range sucks. Oh my god. Okay, she's literally right there. That's fine. Like, Ellie is purposely walking quiet, one, but two, Abby just has a shit listen range. Especially when in comparison to Ellie's. Ellie's is really good. Get away!
You're done!
Jesus. Sucks when you're going up against the best AI in the fucking game. Jeez.
Shouldn't have come here.
I'm supposed to hit her more times when I got her that first time. I've done this before. I have done this before. Surely I can do it again. Okay. actually get her from behind. I was hoping I could just catch her off guard, but I actually have to get her from behind. Not just off guard, alright.
Got you!
Okay. I'm spamming square real hard. Now we get to do it again! Except this time she has a shotgun! Oh my god. Why are you giving me this information?
Motherfucker!
Okay, we have to look for bottles now. Avoid the chains, because she will definitely hear me. Which way are you going, Ellie?
Got you!
That's a terrible idea. That's a terrible idea. Oh my god. Yes, I think we have learned to not attack Ellie head on. I'm still gonna do it. It's kind of funny, honestly. It's kind of funny.
Damn it. Look at her now.
Found you! Don't you fucking run!
There she is, okay.
You can't stop this!
Where are you going, Ellie? Okay, that was much better. Mount. The leg.
Shit!
Come here, let me spam square. I'm coming to spam square, Ellie. My turn.
Come on, Abby.
Okay, she has Molotovs now. Sure.
Fucking kidding me.
How did you get a crossbow, Ellie? Oh, that wasn't... It was not a crossbow, it was her dropping a fucking trap on me. Alright, here.
Abby! What the fuck?
She's quick. She's quick to recover. My god, alright. Jeez. Where is she? I hate... Okay, there she is. I hate spawning in and then not knowing where she is. It's awful.
Oh, shit.
I like her scampering though. That's kind of funny, not gonna lie.
The hell is she doing?
Her...
Die!
Yeah, no, just kill me, honestly. If she hits me, I'm just gonna let her kill me. Unless it's like a... I don't know. Oh, dude, she's hitting me with everything she's got right now. Okay, have I picked up that other bottle yet? No. Cool. So here, I'm gonna try what I was trying to do last time. Throw bottle. She hears it. I grab other bottle. I creep around corner. Ellie maybe come over? Where the fucking hell is she? I'm terrified. This is way more scary than trying to kill a clicker, dude.
Oh, shit. Fucking kidding me.
I ran right into that, my bad.
Die!
I don't wanna. I ran into a bomb, didn't I? Oh my god. Why did it spawn me on top of something?
The hell is she doing?
Okay, so she's not falling for the bottles. Fuck! She missed! She dodged! She can dodge! She can dodge! Fuck! She can dodge the bottles! No! Oh, that's fucked up. That's real fucked up. Come on, bro. No. Yeah. No, dude, that's not, it's not gonna work.
Fucking cunt!
Oh my god, okay, no, you fucking... Okay, no. It gives you no fucking room. I have to get behind her. Like, there is legitimately no other way for me to do this. I have to get behind her. Okay, I don't know how that happened because I didn't touch the bomb unless she shot it. Is she smart enough to shoot her own fucking traps? Oh my god, she probably is. No! Oh, that's not good for me.
Fucking kidding me. Oh, shit.
This is the most nerve-wracking boss fight I have ever done.
Careful.
How did you... What?
The hell is she doing?
We've determined by now that she's setting up bombs to murder us. So had her. How the hell? What the fuck? What? She was behind you. Why were you punching forward? Oh my god. I fucking had her. She was behind you. Why were you punching forward?
Oh, shit.
How polite of the bomb to conveniently despawn. Well, when I attacked Ellie.
Stop! She had nothing to do with this. She's pregnant. Good. Abby.
To be fair to Ellie with the whole Mel thing, she didn't know Mel was pregnant. Like, I think it's safe to say that Ellie would not have killed Mel had she known Mel was pregnant. Also, thank God for Lev. I remember the person that I was with at the time, like, we're just, like, Lev stopping Dina, and we were both just like, oh, thank God, Lev. Oh, thank God. Thank God.
Don't ever let me see you again.
I will also, I'll try to fix the tongue glowing after stream, because it's kind of annoying me. Man, that boss fight was so easy. How many fucking times did I die? It's the fucking worst. It's such a difficult fight. Her AI is so good. Like, they programmed Ellie's enemy AI really, really well. I hear him.
buddy.
Hey, terrifying CGI baby.
I got you. Yeah, it's okay. We're good.
In terms of scary CGI babies, JJ's not the worst thing I've seen. Alright, let's explore to house. So many. Imagine you come in here and it's just filled with paintings of of Dina and nothing else.
Hey, you like these guys, huh? They got some crazy hair.
They do got crazy hair, bro. That's true. But you know what? Good for them.
Who's that handsome fella, huh?
Here we go. Dina, I'm on my way.
Dina!
I'm in the kitchen.
We got the menorah. Where did you find a menorah, girl? She might have already had it, though, to be fair. Is this Rob? Who the fuck is Robin?
Oh, what's up, you little goobers?
I mean, obviously,
Hey.
I assume it's just a friend, but I'm not sure.
Thanks for doing the dishes.
I'm just
You
not
can
sure if they're
thank
related
me
or
by
not.
putting on some music.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Where's the stereo? I found it. The quote-unquote stereo.
How about some tunes? Ah, you want a boogie, huh?
That is literally the only fucking
Alright.
record that was out, Elliot. What do you mean?
Oh, fuck yeah! I love this song.
Your mom is very easy to please.
I'm with you. My bar is very low.
Romantic. Thank you. I feel loved. Around the rest of the house. I'm looking around this house because there's specific details that you can find and you can see that kind of proves that that's probably Robin right there, or her sister actually.
Hi, Auntie Talia.
There's like very minor details that you can see when you walk around the house that kind of prove that Ellie and Dina are still together as a couple, even at the very end of the game after Ellie goes after Abby again.
Man, tough crowd.
Alright, Dina, what's good? Other than you. She's so thick. She got even thicker after the pregnancy.
Ooh, look at those moves.
These moves?
Yeah.
Ooh, look at Mama go.
Mm?
Oh, wow. Ooh. Oh, hello.
They're so cute. I actually love them so much.
This is kind of working on me.
You're weird.
I'm aware. Okay. Okay, you're distracting me.
No.
Oh, okay, all right, go.
Okay.
Oh, hey, I think I left Ollie outside. You mind bringing him back in?
Yeah, sure thing.
Dina, there's a basket. I can't go
Where is he?
outside.
Pretty sure he's on the tractor.
We don't have another back door. I don't... It was as simple as the front door. Alright, figured it out.
You want some fresh air?
My old man chair. Oh, fuck yeah. Ellie got that grandpa chair that she can sit in. The big reveal. Who's Ollie? He's on the other side of the tractor, first of all. Bam!
Hey, Ollie. What are you doing out here?
There he is.
Hang on, buddy. Yeah, there we go. It's pretty, right? Hey, you know what? I'm gonna teach you how to play guitar. When your hands are bigger. And you're not pooping your pants all the time. It's alright. Everybody does it.
Everybody shits all the time, constantly. Just making a screenshot.
Got a lot of stories to tell you. When you're older. Much older. I don't even know where to begin. All right, little Spud. We should go check on Mama.
She got him because he was crying, but it's like, was he just crying because he wanted one of his moms, or? 'Cause he's chill now. She didn't even like try to feed him or anything. Surprisingly empty out here. Like, I don't know, the lack of, you know, probably just didn't want you to
I'm gonna go
to
hang
go,
up the
oh, there's
laundry."
a zombie, we gotta go, we gotta run away. Oh my god, she got so big after pregnancy.
Oof, my back.
Me
got
too,
that?
girl.
Yeah, I got it. You think he needs his jacket?
He's fine.
Look at them, baby.
You want to pet him? Here.
No, he's got those sweaty little
here you
baby
go.
hands.
Oh. Gentle, gentle, gentle. Just like that. There you go. Yeah.
Hey,
Hey.
I'll take him. Can you get the sheep into the barn?
Oh, I got him. I can do it.
Yeah?
Yeah. Once you rest it up.
Okay, here.
Come on.
Get you in there. Don't stay out too long. He still needs a bath.
Okay.
Shh. I'm like the herding master.
I'm awful at hurting.
Listen up, sheep. Your dinner awaits you in the barn, so come on.
Wrong way.
Snowy. Barn time. Daisy. Head on in. Wow. That's a lot of sheep.
Sure is.
How many do you think that is? Let's count.
Many.
1, 2. Better stop, because I'm getting sleepy.
Ha!
Eugene. Hey, inside.
Get it? You get it?
Todd.
Eugene.
Move it or lose it. We definitely have way too many sheep.
Yeah, I don't know why we would possibly
Hey,
need
what do you
this
say
many.
we eat some of them? Tasty snack.
Lamb's not really that
Warm enough,
good.
buddy? Just a few more. I got one for you. What's the quietest animal on a farm? A sheep. When you're older, you're gonna have a deep appreciation for these jokes.
No.
Okay, one more. What do you get when you cross an angry sheep and a mad cow? An animal that's in a bad mood. Yeah. Mama likes that one too.
I hate it here.
Okay, guys, we'll see you
I feel
tomorrow.
personally victimized by Ellie's dad jokes. I feel personally victimized.
Hey, how'd you get out?
I'm trying to scoot and failing epically. Little dance. All right, I've danced. The dancing is so much better now that I actually shake my hips.
Come on, little dude. Alright, come on, little guy. Do you want to eat?
Oh, only one way to go, Ellie. Sorry.
Joel! Oh God. Please, no!
Ellie? Hey, Ellie. Look at me. It's okay. You're home. You're home. Breathe, breathe.
I
Okay.
can't.
I'm gonna take him, okay? Come on. Come here, sweetie. Come here.
Sorry. I don't know.
What,
I
for
don't know.
having PTSD?
I was just bringing in the.
It's okay.
Ellie, I believe you had what is referred to as complex PTSD, in which you just suffer severe flashbacks throughout the day randomly for no reason. Anything can trigger it.
It's good. Haven't had any excitement in a while. Hmm?
Sorry, I'm getting my chapstick. It's like behind some stuff. Rabbit!
Okay.
Hey, yo, whose Hans is that? The fuck? I already know whose Haunts it is. I'm gonna punch him in the face. Not the Haunts. The Haunts is fine. I love him just calling it a Haunts instead of a horse. You just, if you don't know, just look up Haunts. It's just horse, but with an N instead of an R. You'll figure it out. Oh my god, you are pretty. Oh, you are pretty.
Who are you here with?
You are pretty.
Hey, where you been?
Hunting. Took a little longer than I thought. Who's here?
Just come inside.
Ow. Well, that's quite a grip you got there.
Hey, Tommy.
There you are.
Here, let me take him. Come here, bud. Oh, yeah. Here.
Oh, I got it.
Hey.
Hey.
It's good to see you.
You too. He's getting heavy.
No, he's just a big ball of muscle.
Town's good? Maria good?
Oh, she's fine. We're taking some time apart.
Sorry.
Nah. We talked about it a lot, and yeah, it's what we both want, so. Okay. Oh, come sit. I got something to show you. So I've been putting out feelers for months now. And this new guy heard my story. He told me about a woman that he traded with while he was moving through California. Described her as built like an ox, traveling with a kid with scars across his face. He said they're living along this coast in a beach sailboat right here.
Okay, and?
That's gotta be her.
We're done with that, Sarah.
I'm sorry.
Well, I can't go.
Okay, that's no reason to force Ellie to go.
I know.
She doesn't want to go, don't fucking force her to go. Let the girl be happy with her girlfriend and her kid. Their kid.
Reckon it's easy. Forget about her. You sitting all comfy way out here?
Hey.
I'll make her pay.
Tommy.
That's what you said when we got back to Jackson.
Tommy.
I killed all her friends. Isn't that good enough?
What a joke.
What a dick.
Can you take him, please?
Yeah. Shit.
I got you. I got you.
Hey, what the fuck was that?
Nothing.
God damn it, Tommy, you know what we've been.
I'll save her. She made me a promise.
I don't fucking care.
I know you don't, Dina. That's your goddamn problem. Go ahead and go all fucking years.
Punch him, Dina! And then Dina killed Tommy and they lived happily ever after. I know that Tommy still wants revenge. I understand that. It's just the fact of, like, don't go and try to force Ellie to do it just because you can't. So my neck hurts. Ugh. Of course I can crack the side that doesn't need a... Dude. It's always this side. It's always this one. The box. She's got the Iliad and the Odyssey. She's got it. I'm just reading, don't mind me. Just her talking about her fucking flashbacks, mostly. Jesse's parents pressuring them to move back to Jackson. Dirty ass window. Not sure where I'm going, by the way. Oh, I'm just closing windows. It's cold. Okay. Why would you put that thing right in front of the window? Like, come on. I glow with the moonlight.
I woke up in the morning about 9:30. The hacks in the bar.
Alright, well, this part might get muted, but you know, whatever. It'll probably be fine on YouTube, but it might get muted in the log. My man!
I hate these things.
Tell me about it.
Your old man really laid into me today.
Ellie's
happened?
literally only having fun because she sat
The
watching
big lecture
Dina
about my
dance.
patrols. Don't go here, don't go there. It's funny how involved he gets whenever you're scheduled to go out.
Yeah.
She's putting on quite the show.
I give you guys 2 weeks until you're back together.
Not gonna happen. She say something to you?
Make it 1 week.
Ellie! Hey! What took you so long?
Well, I'm here, aren't I?
Dina?
Jesse.
Alright, hold on.
Hey,
I'm
don't
gonna switch my controller out really fast. Pretty sure there's a yeah. This one needs plugged in, and like, yeah, I could just play it while it's plugged in, but I have not actually touched my other controller in like ever. I've touched it a couple of times. I just really like this one that I've got. Plus, I mean, it's literally a controller for The Last of Us Part 2, so you know. This one should be charged. Oh, shit. I'll be right back, hold on. Okay, I'm back. Give me a second on setting everything back up. My dad had borrowed this controller for his computer. So it wasn't, it was like trying to turn on, but it couldn't do it properly. Because it didn't have anything to connect to. Reconnecting these to your PlayStation is actually very simple. Literally just plug it in and turn it on, which is insane to me. I'm saying that because, like, most of the time when you have to connect a controller to something, you have to, like, go into the settings and make sure it's reading the controller. It's so stupid. Oh, this one was... It's so easy to connect up your PS4 controller. I did not know it was that easy. When I got this PlayStation, the controllers were already auto-connecting to it. So I never had to link it before. Come here. Don't look at me like that. Okay, sorry. Cece's in here. She's just staring with her face. She doesn't stare with her eyes. She stares with her face. Scrambles, come here. Come here, Scrambles. Come on. He's a little baby. You're so cute. You're so cute and tiny, and you're probably only in here because you want me to feed you, huh? They're open fed. She got more baby food. She is baby, and she also still isn't eating all that much.
Forget we're heading out early, so get some rest.
Yes, sir.
You're such a dick.
Come on. Why don't you start with me? Okay, I have a very serious question for you.
Very serious answer, I'm sure.
How bad do I smell?
Like a hot pile of garbage?
Oh, okay.
Oh.
How about that?
Gross.
You love it.
Every guy in this room is staring at you right now.
Maybe they're staring at you.
The one scene that like everybody has seen is this one.
Or not.
Maybe they're jealous of you.
I like that I'm tinted red because of
just a girl.
because of Tina's shirt.
Oh, Ellie. I think they should be terrified of you.
Hey,
Ew,
it's a family
go away.
event.
I think I have to. I'm gonna give a warning right now. I'm pretty sure he calls them a slur. I could be wrong, but I like vaguely remember that he calls them a slur. Just a warning.
Sorry. Sorry.
Remember next time there's kids around.
Yeah, like you're setting such a great example.
Oh, just what this town needs. Another loudmouth dyke.
The fuck did you just say? Ellie,
Hey.
Ellie, don't.
Get the hell out of here.
Get your hands off me.
I will
Hey!
say, I think that the show version of this scene is really funny, just because Pedro Pascal like fucking body slams. I've seen the clip of him just body slamming.
What's wrong with you?
It's so good.
And you do? I don't need your fucking help, Joel.
Right.
Shake my ass. Oh, you know how it is. The skirt is also really cute. I love this little ruffle skirt that I've got. It's one of my favorites. Also, it took me for fucking ever to find a pair of bottoms to go with this shirt. and its counterpart. I have another one that's pink and white, and it took me so long. It took me a lot less time to find one for the pink one, just because I did the black one first, and I already had a skirt in mind for the pink one, and was quite happy it looks nice.
Hey.
Mostly wore this, like, I like this skirt. I also haven't worn a skirt in a while. I kind of wanted to show off my new movement. So I dance.
Man, it's been a while since he slept this long, huh?
He had a day.
Yeah. He's fine. Go back to bed. We'll talk about it in the morning, okay?
I have to finish it.
You don't owe Tommy anything.
I don't sleep. I don't eat. I'm not like you, Dina.
What? You think this is easy? For you and for him, I deal with it.
I love you.
Prove it.
Stay. I can't.
Jack, I see your toes, Jack.
So
Hi,
what? I'm
Jack.
just supposed to sit here and wait for you?
He
For
still
God
does
knows
his
how
little
long,
headbutt
just
thing
thinking you're
whenever he
fucking dead the
enters
entire time?
my
I don't
room.
plan on dying.
Yeah, well, neither did Jesse. Or Joel.
He's just like, oh, look at this cat door.
Hey,
Ooh.
stop. Hey, come on. We've got a family. She doesn't get to be more important than that. No. I'm not gonna do this again.
That's up to you.
So I'm pretty sure that they're still together by the end of the game. Mostly because it seems very likely to me that like I know Ellie gets back in like the house and everything is whatever, but it seems very likely that they still visit there. They just might have been like officially living in Jackson.
Constance. 24, 25, Constance.
But
Constance. Now we just need...
it seems very likely to me that
Oh, I checked this street a week ago. I can't believe you traded a pistol for this.
It's a lead.
had
No way that
Ellie
guy's
actually
fireflies
killed
over here.
Abby, they
Stop. I feel good about
probably
this.
wouldn't
Well, I don't.
be together still.
Come on.
$24.10.
It's not gonna be on that side. It's all evens.
What are you doing?
If the fireflies are still out there,
Yeah?
what do you think they're up to?
Crime?
I don't know. The goal was always to restore society.
I don't know why.
I mean, there's all sorts of ways to go about it.
I am looking
Seems like a strange place to find a resistance group.
28.
We had all sorts of outposts. Big and small. Best way to hide from the army.
A big old hole in this house.
Something's out there.
I think this is this
Demon.
2018.
To the right.
Nah, bro. It doesn't really matter. The encounters and the checkpoints kind of start at the exact same time. Doesn't really matter where I go back to. Okay. This is the last, like, section of the game. It shouldn't take nearly as long as it did. Okay, what do I have? Got a shotgun. Got a revolver. A couple pipe bombs and a helmet. And I have no notes! After all that fucking work and I lost the coin collection.
Get out of my way!
My bad. I did in fact just hit square instead of triangle.
All right, we're good.
So, like, my bad. I'm fine. It scared me. I wasn't expecting it to be right there. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just creep up. Just creep on up. Okay.
Get ready!
Alright, thanks, Lev. I didn't even need to do anything.
All quiet now.
Good.
You are you throwing things down the stairs?
Yes, you did. Keep your guard up. Let's go back to finding that house.
Yeah, let's work on getting shit to find shivs too.
Attaboy.
Okay. No, sorry, 24. 18. Whatever. Alright, needs to refresh itself. Okay, there it goes. Wait, was that it? Oh. Cool, that was it. That was it for this section. Jack! Jack! I see your toes, Jack! I see your stinky toes. Okay.
What if we don't find them here?
Assuming all the leads dry up, what would you like to do?
I don't know. Leave this place?
Okay. And where would we go?
West. See what's out there.
It's nothing but ocean.
And cast it?
Other countries, I guess. You want to do that?
Why not?
Good question.
Alright. Need a better boat, probably. I don't think it'd be a really good idea to sail across the ocean in just like a normal-ass sailboat, you know?
What do you want to do for dinner tonight?
We've got those lobsters I caught yesterday.
I've never
They're
actually
still in a
had
bucket on the
lobster.
deck.
Ooh, yeah. Genius.
And we've got a few strawberries left.
If we find fireflies, we'll celebrate with strawberries.
I want the strawberries now,
If we
damn
don't,
it!
We'll console ourselves with strawberries.
Cool.
You are dangling the strawberries on a stick. You are tempting me. Don't do this.
Let's see. Good enough.
Using my ears. But alas, I hear nothing. Oh, look, the baby's room. Wonder if we ever gave Lev that shark.
This looks abandoned.
Probably is.
Keep searching.
You not have a
We
bag?
painted the indoors to look like the outdoors, but plants don't look like that.
It's more like a child's dream version of the outdoors. In the old world, it'd be common for them to decorate kids' rooms like this. My dad painted a colorful jungle for me.
Oh. Never would have loved that.
I bet you would have.
I didn't hear him say it, but I read the subtitles. That's why I gave a little smile, if you can actually see it. Right, but triangle though? Yo, bread knife! I'm surprised Lev doesn't have his own bag. Maybe they just couldn't. Turtle Zoo. Maybe they just couldn't find another bag. I don't know, it just seems...
24, 25 Constance. This is the place.
Weird that Lev
Okay,
wouldn't
but
have one.
there's nothing here.
We don't know that yet.
Yo, fuck yeah, swimming pool! Whee! Oh, Lev, I broke all my bones. Lev, I belly flopped. I belly flopped into the empty swimming pool. I broke all my bones.
Nada. Is it really nothing? It can't be.
Thank you, thank you. My form was perfect for a belly flop. It'd be so funny if I could belly flop. I can jump in, but I can't, like, you know, belly flop, unfortunately. Oh, okay. And then Lev's like, God dang it, Abby, we just got you those bones.
What about?
Open that jar, Abby. Yeah! She's so good at opening jars. Anytime she opens... That is a really clean lawnmower. Anytime she opens anything, it's just her opening a jar. Hey, yo, Lev?
Lev, I think we're done here.
Yeah, okay.
No, wait.
What's up?
You find something?
Oh, he found scuff marks! Maybe they were using the floor to try to open the jar. I need to find the fireflies. Their jars have to be opened, Lev. Oh yeah. Look, you can see the back panel of the bookcase. Are we okay? I was like, what am I doing? She's just not
Scratches.
saying anything. Don't try to move that. From that side at least.
Scooch.
Like he might be able to. If you push it correctly, you know, you might be able to, but there's a wall in the way. So you know. Stop shining at my gamer eyes, dude.
Hello?
Look, my eyes are so gamer that they glow in the dark. Like, it's that simple. Literally, look at that. Sorry, I am very happy with the glow in the dark eyes, though.
Been a while since anyone's been here.
Unfortunately, I have to agree with you.
You know what that means? Lev, we have a new house. Let's go.
Pretty nice barracks, all things considered.
Lev, we got a sick new house, bro. Ooh, radio. I don't even... Instead of a radio, it's a radio.
They had power down here. Look around.
Oh. Duh. I think I found their power source. Just a shit ton of car batteries on a table.
Guess they've
I
got
mean, if
solar.
it works, right? I'm surprised we've not seen, like, more of that, actually.
Is this frequency currently in use? This is... Do you see a call sign anywhere?
Oh, what?
It's a short list of numbers and letters. Fuck it. This is Abby from Santa Barbara. Can anyone hear me? Standing by.
What'd you
Is
find,
anyone
Lev?
out there?
What's this?
Yo, he found a clipboard. It's a clipboard, dingus. Just kidding.
Those are frequencies.
find Lev
Is
a
this
binder.
frequency currently in
We're
use?
walking through a house, we just
This
find
is
a
Abby
binder
from Santa Barbara.
in a
Is
drawer.
anyone out there?
Lev's like, what the fuck is that?
Are these other Firefly outposts?
I don't know. Can anyone hear me? Hello?
Really uncomfortable in the apocalypse, though. I don't think I can wear a fucking binder right now. Ooh, that's unfortunate for me.
Is this frequency currently in use? This is Abby from Santa Barbara. Hello? Hello?
Alright, later, Lev.
Is this frequency currently in use? Hello, this is Abby from Santa Barbara. Can anyone hear me? If anyone can hear me, please reply. Please answer.
Hi, Abby. We got a clear signal on you. Where in Santa Barbara you calling from?
2425 Constance. We got a tip about a base, but there's no one here. We're looking for fireflies.
It's feeding
I'm
time,
a
sorry.
firefly.
Where were you stationed?
I was part of the Salt Lake outpost.
Who ran that facility?
I don't know. Some white guy?
Dr. Jerry Anderson.
see,
Who's
some
my dad?
white guy? Now we know her last name. I could not fucking remember her last name.
We pulled everyone back from the satellite stations and brought them back here to home base.
How many of you are there?
We're about 200 strong now,
Not bad.
with a few more every month.
That's not bad.
Oh, no, right. You're about to get 2 more. How do we find you?
Get to Catalina Island. Approach the large domed building in Avalon. We'll find you.
Alright.
Okay, we'll see you soon. Over and out.
Looking forward to it. Good luck, Abby from Santa Barbara. Over and out.
Hell yeah! I already know
Come on,
that
let's
they
get
were
back to the
finding
sailboat.
fireflies. I know that there's been like hints at a third game, but like looking
Okay.
really it makes
Fine.
me it genuinely makes
You were
me
right.
wonder.
What was that?
Why do you make me repeat whenever I'm wrong?
Sorry, hold on. I want to check something really fast. I just realized my legs. This is gonna look so goofy. Nope. Okay, so my legs are really, really bright. So I was wondering if I had the video capture, my secondary video capture that I need set to the correct dimensions, the correct aspect ratio. I do, apparently.
Because it makes me feel better. And because it happens so rarely.
Yo, they got the bar. I actually really like kitchens like this. I don't know why. I don't like they add, you know, you add the little sidebar to the kitchen. I'm just like, that's so sick, bro. Fair enough, punch him, but you have to punch him into the garage door?
Ah! Don't kill her now. Tyra.
Good luck. I'll break out. I know how to open jars.
Come here, let me see you.
He's just gonna rip that out. We know he's going to.
Wait, what are you doing? Wait. Fuck, man!
You're fine. Get that little one.
Don't you fucking touch him!
Shit. One hell of a catch, huh?
I am not fish, sir. Bruh. when people think I'm fish. Just looks down sadly. Me when I'm fish. Alright, Ellie time. Get my collectibles guide back up. I really need to plug in my iPad, but I can't because I don't have a second charger. I don't have another lightning charger and my phone needs to stay plugged in. I can't unplug it while I'm streaming. Otherwise it'll die. It'll be dead within like 3 hours.
2425 Constance. Yeah, that's gotta be it. How would she get up to the street from here?
Well, I can actually see a way to climb. I want to see something. Hold on. Alright. So you notice how Ellie isn't wearing Dina's bracelet, right? Yeah? Uh-huh. But when she gets back, she is. I'm pretty damn sure. I could be wrong about that. Like, I've literally been playing this game once. Great. To run into frickin' stalkers. Oh, I think, you know what? I think I'll rather just, no, I don't want to deal with the stalkers. I'm good. No, I don't want to deal with the stalkers. I'm gonna swim back to Dina. Okay, I can't swim back to Dina. There's a video game barrier. It's gonna force me to deal with stalkers. Might have just been taking a little rest in here. Oh, yeah. Oh, they were getting high off of fireplace fumes. Fuck yeah, that's technically a fireplace. You can't change my mind. No, in reality, I actually just forgot the word campfire, so I called it a fireplace instead.
This looks promising.
Whee! Whee! Ow, sand. Nice! A singular bullet. Let me make sure all my guns are loaded. Just checking. Where am I going from here? Is it just... Was this just a nothing pathway? Okay, that might have just been like a nothing pathway to trick me, I guess. No, what? Guys, I'm dumb. What? Where? Here we go. Okay, okay. It was a nothing pathway. Nice. Driftwood. Gotta go get my Pokemon cards. We gotta do. Which way am I meant to be going? Alright. Another nothing pathway. Good. Good, 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 good.
Here we go.
There we go.
Okay.
Singular,
Now what?
convenient, not,
Mesa Bluff.
not,
I'm here. And Santa
spiked
Barbara
up.
proper is that way.
Fence part? There we go. Push. Why did you, okay, I don't know why my camera automatically looked up. So I can definitely go into one of these mansions. Oh wow, would you look at that, I figured it out. Why'd you... Never mind, figured it out. I was gonna ask why she pulled her gun out. It's asleep.
Shit.
Forgot about how nice and fast Ellie's silent kills are compared to Abby's. Okay, I'm not getting in this way. Sorry, I was looking at the collectibles guide. I'm gonna need my light to be off. Give me this. No. No, she could definitely grab that. It said climb the roof at the top of the hill. Oh, this isn't even the right... Dude, okay, I'm silly. I was thinking that these guys were inside of the house. No, where's the other one that I hear, though? Definitely hearing a clicker. Dude, it's actually been so long since we dealt with Infected that I kind of forgot that this was a zombie game. It's been so fucking long. Abby only had to deal with the Infected, like, a couple of times. I'm just gonna keep on creeping through here. I don't like you. I hate stalkers. At least I can sneak up on a clicker and kill it. Can't sneak up on a stalker. Probably can if you tried hard enough, but it would take you a long ass time. basically just quiet clickers that can see, and I'm not a fan. On the bright side, we shouldn't run into shamblers, but hello. But on the downside, we'll most likely run into bloaters. I've been dead inside. How about you? But to be honest, shamblers are really easy to deal with as Abby because she's got her fucking pipe bombs. I will say, I definitely prefer Abby's pipe bombs over the Molotovs. What? That's good, that's good, that's good. Sorry, I hear... Haha, hit triangle before he turned around. Don't know where that cloth came from. That clicker is not wearing clothes, but okay. There's a Pokemon card in here, guys. Fuck yeah, I love Pokemon. Maybe they'll have an Eevee.
Hope I can cut through here.
Oh, gross. Who was it? Tell me right now. They're getting kicked. Who the no, ew. Who? Nah, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. Nah. We don't. I forgot how to run a server. Just give me a second. Alright, here we go. I figured it out. No, I'm not tall. Get the fuck out of here. Do not join my server just to ask people to fucking buy things. That's no. Peeps are just in there to have a good time and probably to... They probably were. And that's what makes it even worse, but like... Even if they weren't, don't fucking do that. Don't do that. It's a freaking server for a stupid little VTuber with space buns and blue hair. You think people are in there to buy things? No, they're in there to laugh at how stupid I am when I play video games. Obviously. Okay, I don't think that there's any infected up here, but there's definitely some downstairs. Good. They're kicked. Feel free to block them. They're fucking out of there. Get out of there. Icky. Nasty. I know that they have like a lot of bots. And they have like a lot of... I knew I fucking heard a bloater! God. I know they have a lot of bots. I know that there was also a thing with like... Really, like, it just a shit ton of like AI trainer bots that was going around. Thankfully, I'm in a server that had all of the IPs to every single one of those. So you are not, I kind of went under the impression that, that's fair. It's kind of interesting that there's shamblers here. Because it's mentioned in a note that you can find that, they think that shamblers mutated because of the rain. And, last I checked, we're in California. Dude, I will also say, I love it when like a bot tries to scam you because they're so stupid. The amount of bots that I got in my art Instagram, because I'd posted a thing about like my emotes. I'd posted a couple of my older emotes.
If these infected killed you.
And the amount of people that I would get in my art Instagram that were like, oh yes, I do art for VTubers, and I've watched your Twitch channel, and then they can't even tell me, one, what day they watched the stream on, and two, what my fucking username was. Like, they don't even know my Twitch username, because I don't use the same username for my art Instagram. It's so, like, if you're gonna scam me, can you at least put in the effort? The bots are so lazy. So get 5 million of those, like, just in Twitch in general, and they're like, I've been watching your streams for a while! If you've been watching my streams for a while, why haven't you followed, first of all? Second of all, you know I can see my viewer count, right? It's like the bots don't know that you can see your viewer count or something? Oh, it's pretty great.
There's gotta be a street around here.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Any hoozles. You. You know what? Fuck you. Bro. No, for real.
Okay. Santa Barbara's downhill. 24, 25 constants.
They're so dumb. I saw one in a fucking Instagram comment section the other day, and that one was really funny. Cause it was like, first of all, I don't know who trained the bot, but the bot was transphobic.
She has to be down there.
The bot was transphobic. So people were talking to it. And then somebody pointed out, dude, you talk like a fucking, like an AI in training. And they were like, oh. I don't know why it was so funny to me. That they were just sat there having this whole ass conversation with a fucking bot and they didn't even realize it. Until somebody pointed out that they just talk like a fucking AI in training. I don't know why it hit so different. And I hate it when my robots hate trans people. Alright, we're... I'm so much better with the bow. I'm so much better with the bow. I feel like with the crossbow you actually kinda sorta have to aim. You don't really need to aim with the bow though. I would miss so often with the crossbow. I just... Ow! I forgot she gets that. Ugh. I've not actually found any new collectibles, also. Help me. Nice hair, Ellie. Looks great. You should make that your perma hairstyle. Granted, I'm not sure how much hair gel we can find. No, bro, Abby's way more beefed out than that.
See? We got a live one.
Yeah, Abby's muscles are way bigger. That guy probably can't even open a fucking jar of peanut butter.
I'd be lucky if she lasts a month. Can we please just say we're done for the day?
Yeah. Yeah, get that thing down. Let's reset the traps.
Really, man? I mean, is she even worth the trip back? It's not like...
Hey, get you?
No. I'm good.
I guess he was sleeping. Even clickers need a nap.
Something funny?
Looks like you shit your pants.
Fuck you say?
Oh, bitch.
Oh, you like funny, huh? Get up.
Come on.
Get up.
We don't need
No,
this.
man, she's funny.
I'd like to say,
Come on. Yeah, it's funny, right? It's funny.
Serious?
as we've gotten further into the game, it's like one of the number one complaints that I saw people had about this game was that they ruined Ellie and Joel's characters. As we are progressing through the game,
Wait. You said Abby. You're
I
looking for
don't-
Abby, right?
I don't see it.
A couple months ago.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, no, big girl. Blonde. Arms like mine.
The jars she can
Yeah.
open.
A scrawny kid with cuts by his mouth.
Like,
Yeah, that's her.
Joel and Ellie, in my opinion, are both
Let me
acting
go.
like Joel and Ellie. I don't think that people keep in mind
Get to her before that infection takes over.
that this game takes place 5 years after the first one.
Talk.
So no,
So
they're not
old,
gonna be
so-
the exact
so I
same
can't.
fucking people.
What
But
is
like,
that?
it's still
that way too
very
late for
obviously Ellie and Joel, just by the
me
way
get
that
you
they're
on this one.
acting. So I don't
You
see
keep 'em in
the
tall, round
character.
building.
That's fair. There's I know Markiplier played it. If you want to look for a playthrough.
I swear.
But it's an older playthrough, so it's younger Markiplier. If I get it on PC, I'll play it. Because the only way to have auto aim in the first one is if you play on easy mode, and I don't want to play on easy mode. Like, I want to go onto different difficulties, but that's not an option that I have because I can't aim with controller. So if I manage to get The Last of Us Part 1 on PC, I'll play it. But yeah, if you can, I'd say definitely go find a playthrough or something, maybe. Or genuinely, the first season of the show follows the game really well. So you could watch the first season of the show. Don't bother watching the second season. All the clips I've seen of it are just awful.
Go back.
Awful. The only good part about season 2 of the show is Pedro Pascal body slamming the old Mo,
Make sure he's
the old
only
man.
one that got out. Watch
Well,
out for
it's not just that. It's also the thing of I've
I
played
find out
through the
anyone
game.
helped him. They're going in the fucking pool.
Is that a fucking Jeremy Lee Rattler?
He was
I
acting up
can't
for a
escape
while.
her. I've played the
This is the
game
third this month.
so many times.
People on the gate.
And I want to play it on a harder difficulty. I've only ever played it on easy mode. I want to play it on a harder difficulty, but I can't. Because I can't aim with a controller, and only easy mode has fucking auto aim. Like, I'm not technically playing this game on easy. I'm actually playing this game on normal right now. Technically hard because it's New Game Plus. Hi, buddy.
Hey! Shit! Behind the car!
No, I'm not. There's no real point in me attaching the silencer
Pinned
to
down!
Hiding in the grass!
Oh, gotta kill dogs. My bad, fellas. Sorry. It's the sad noise. It's the sad little noise that they make that gets me.
Nice try!
Thanks for the pipe. I'm gonna go beat your friends with this.
Group. I better find her before these idiots kill her.
No, it doesn't work. Trust me, it doesn't work. I can't. My fingers are too twitchy. So like it kind of works, but it wouldn't. I wouldn't be able to. No. I also just don't like controller all that much. That's another thing. I'm really not a fan of controller. I really don't like to use it. If I can, I like to avoid it. Unless I'm playing like the Walking Dead games. That's different though. Speaking of, we're probably gonna replay them this year. I know. I'm sure you guys are real sick of them. But I want to go through and do like a quote-unquote unbiased playthrough of the Walking Dead games. 'Cause I hate Kenny, so I purposefully went against everything that Kenny said last time we played. So that's, yeah, but we'll do an unbiased playthrough in terms of like we'll go through and we'll be okay. Well, how would the actual character handle this situation, right? Like, how would Clementine handle Kenny being a little fucking shit? Anyways. Sorry, I might have missed something back here. Nope. Can I steal one of these guys' shirts? Here. Jeez. Already gone through so much ammo. Oh, great. Californian bottle, let's go! My god. Somebody had the worst explosive diarrhea I have ever seen. Just, it's fucking everywhere. Definitely aren't spores. Or growth, I guess. Oh, fuck yeah, 1 bullet. Now I can kill Abby. Sorry. Not entirely sure where I'm going. Honestly. That's when the boyfriend comes over and is like, babe, when I said clean yourself out for tonight, I didn't mean like this. Not like this. Look, if you know, you know. Get my bow back out here.
There.
Yeah, that's true. You never specified. you never specified how clean. Like they like chugged a bottle of laxative or something. No. No, the joke is that when you have anal, you have to take a shit before you have anal so that you don't fucking shit on the guy's dick. That's the joke. I'm not joking about it. That is legit what you're supposed to do. I have like an ungodly knowledge of sex for an asexual. Yeah, but that's definitely not. It's definitely not. Oh Jesus. I mean, I guess you could douche your ass, but I don't think you'd get the same result.
Start looking, come on.
What? Think it came from that way.
No, it didn't. Nah, bro. You don't know directions.
God damn it!
You don't know directions. Okay,
push forward!
I'm on it!
They don't even know where I... Okay, now they know where I am. Ow. Owie! Stop! Bruh. My fucking glow-in-the-dark tongue. Okay. Did you at least give me back my arrows? Good. Let's go this way. This way seems safer. Whoop. Okay, okay, okay. You didn't see shit! Man, I hate it when the grass has a gun. Whoops. Oh my god! It's fucking... Okay, wait, you're holding still. No, just stay there, just stay there. Yeah! It only took me 3 fucking tries. Is that it? I hate it. It's awful. Me when I'm just trying to chill with my homies and then the grass has a fucking gun. I hate it. It's terrible. You know, sometimes I go out into my front yard and then my kneecap gets shot off. That's why I don't leave the house, you know?
Fucking ambush! I think it came from back there!
Alright. There's dogs, so you guys cover your ears if you don't like the noise. I think I heard a dog. Definitely heard a dog.
She went back that way!
Alright.
Over there!
Honestly, I don't know how the fuck the grass got that Glock.
Saw her heading towards that car!
I caught her! In the grass!
It's a question of, first of all, when did the grass get an ID to go and like, buy a Glock? But then, like, how did it...
She's trapped! I got her! In the grass!
Genuine, how did the grass get a Glock? That's the question. What if it wasn't even a Glock? It was like a fucking machine gun. It just had it on semi-auto instead of auto.
Any others? Oh, fuck. My side.
Okay. She spoke, which, alas, means that they are dead. I used so much ammo. My god. I don't, to be fair, when it comes to, like, most people enemies when I'm playing as Ellie, I don't really bother trying to stealth sometimes. So... It's also just, I think that it's easier to stealth against certain groups. Like, I feel like it was easier to stealth through the Seraphites. The wolves were kinda easy. It's fairly easy to stealth through infected, depending on which infected they are. Like, stealth I don't think really works with stalkers. It kinda does, but it kinda doesn't. It's annoying. Oh, I haven't actually... This pipe's better, though. This pipe's longer. This pipe's girthier. Anyways. Dude, they were talking earlier in the game about how scarce ammo is, and I'm like, where? Literally fucking where? What level do you think the grass has to be in order to evolve? I'm taking it back to Pokemon. It always comes back to Pokemon. Yet another game that I need to finish at some point. I have sword and I have shield, so once we finish shield, we could go through and play sword if we really wanted to. Obviously with a break between them, but you know. Finis. Look, I'm not good at English. I don't English good. Fuck. Alright, there's a rattler. Rat.
Next to the resort.
There's a Wow Wow van around here. Check it out, guys. It's a Wow Wow van.
I'm not dying today. Too fucking close.
My controller fell. Did I get it? Did I get it? My controller fell. Okay. Continuing. Great, now if only this locked from the inside. Goes my fucking iPad. Dude, I don't know if it's IGN or if it's just my iPad being stupid, but like it keeps fucking refreshing the page that I'm on. I think it's more likely that it's this iPad, considering this thing is old. Why? What are you doing, Cece? Sorry, I just look over and Cece's on the floor with her head turned around like a fucking owl. I thought Jack was the owl. I didn't know she could be owl too.
Shit.
Let's move!
Oh, God. That looks like a tall, round building. How do I get in there?
Shut up, Ellie. I'm busy. I have way more important things to do. Yeah! Alright, anyways. I'm sat here thinking, as it's getting later, and I'm sitting like I should, I'm probably gonna have to go and eat in a couple of hours. I'm sat here thinking, can you imagine how much fucking alcohol I would have had to drink during that frickin' Ellie boss fight earlier? Oh my god. Let's take a sip whenever I die or get scared. Purely because it's moonshine. I'd have been fucked. I'm honestly not even sure that I can get drunk at this point. What are you doing, Scrangles? You leaving? Or you doing your little circle thing? Sorry, I have important things to take care of. Okay, that's not like it's the first time I've done this. I gotta take care of the cat. I need to fix the eye also on this. Like, my left eye is not as glowy as my right eye. It's so fucking hard to do the damn color correction bullshit with these fucking eyes, I swear to God. Okay, there's a shack somewhere with a workbench.
Hello.
Maybe if I cover myself in more blood, then I'll be camouflaged.
Come on, you can do it. Just a little closer, buddy.
Dude, leave him alone. He can't feel anything.
Oh, fuck that. I promised him I'd do this to him.
This is such a fucked up hobby.
Bet you wish you didn't try to escape now, don't you, Anthony? We got a live one! Right over here!
Don't worry, I got this. Look, did she?
Come on, you can do it. Just a little closer, buddy.
Dude, leave him alone. He can't feel anything.
Oh, fuck that. I promised him I'd do this to him.
This is such a fucked up hobby.
Bet you wish you didn't try to escape now, don't you, Anthony?
There is at least 3. Oh. Hold on a sec, also really fast. I want to say something. Let me. Just give me a sec. This is gonna look real goofy. I'm trying to fix. Oh, well, that's no. Okay, I'm trying to. Figure out which one of these is my fucking. I not have one that turns my skin off. What the fuck is this? I'm trying to figure out which one of these various filters I have on so goofy is changing my right eye, but funnily enough it's actually none of them. I think I might just be noticing the right eye being like looking slightly off more because of its color. It could also just be I've got a shadow gradient down there, so whenever I lean down, it just turns off. Amazing. I think a part of the issue with the eye specifically being a bit silly is the fucking color. Trying to cut out specifically my orange eye was just like such a pain in the ass because I was sorry, there we go. I was trying to cut out like the skin, right? You know, I have to make it. Yeah, I think it just looks weird because of the highlight on the bottom of the eye, but it doesn't have it on the purple eye either. My orange eye is kind of the same base color as my skin, so when I was trying to use like the chroma keys and whatever to make my skin invisible, it kept like changing, it kept making the eye invisible too, so this was a fucking struggle. That's literally why it took me so long to do this shit yesterday.
From over there! We got a live
Like
one!
me saying
Right
that I was
there!
working on this dynamic lights thing for 7 hours is not an exaggeration. I was working on it for so long because of the damn filters. I think it was worth it though. Not just for the glowy eyes, but I actually do kind of like this dynamic lights thing. It's also nice because now I won't be like, if we're watching a darker cutscene, I won't be just bright and in the way, which I'm a fan of personally. Like I'll be less of a distraction, hopefully. Oh right, yeah, I forgot about that guy over there. Man, rip Anthony, bro. Yo, Anthony had explosives on him. For some reason.
That it? These are some sick fucks.
Yeah. Again, I don't know if I have to actually, like, interact with each workbench in order to get the achievement. I think that I'm probably not gonna get the achievement. Like, I've definitely missed plenty of workbenches. Yo, there's another Pokemon card soon. Oh, I love that for me. I'm full on just, oh, Jesus. Sean, I'm full on everything. No, put away your fucking trap mines, Ellie, I swear to God. There's a Pokemon card nearby, I can smell it. Fuck yeah, arrows. Sniffing out that Pokemon card, guys. Okay, hold on. I came in here. That's where your boy entered from. Okay. This one, question mark. Nope. Dude, yes. Okay. Sick. Fuck it, where is it? Give me the Pokemon. Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is the Pokemon card? Oh, it's on this table. I've already gotten it! God dang it! I hit the Technoblade button again. I'm turning off my fucking numlock. I swear to God. She's fucking my iPad was on the button. I have it set to the 0 on my number pad.
Okay.
So if I set something down near my like on my keyboard, then that's usually the one that it hits first. It's just kind of an inconvenience. It's kind of funny to just hear a monotonous sometimes. Okay, which way is the direction I'm supposed to be going?
Maybe I can get out through there.
No, I don't care. Okay, well, thank you, actually, yes, because now I know that that's the way I'm supposed to be going. I'm looking for loot, though. Hey, yo, shower? Oh, there was loot in there? I actually didn't know that there was loot in there. I was just breaking the window because I'm an asshole. Got that thing with broken windows again, I don't know why. Sorry, I just realized I muted my alarm, but I didn't actually do the thing that I'm supposed to do when my alarm goes off, because I'm a silly little guy. Where the fuck? You just hear the noises, because I don't know where I keep things. Hey, yo, they got corn? With corn. Okay. I really wish that that little hint thing would go away. I'm fully aware that I'm supposed to be going that way. I'm just not. Like the game doesn't realize that I was literally just running around because I was looting. Why put loot in game if not want me to get loot?
It's all around building. There it is.
Right, this isn't a normal horror game. I can't just beat the chain to break it. You silly sea fairy, this isn't the evil within. Another game that you have to play this month, this spook month, because you said you would finish it and then you never did.
I thought I saw someone.
You saw
I'll
nothing.
check it out.
It really is. It's just a backpack killer. The full backpack makes me happy, you know? Hey, buddy!
Quiet.
Alright. Alright. How long have they frickin' had people chained here that one of them is a clicker? This is a progressive infection, which means that you don't like you're not, when you turn, you're not gonna turn into a clicker, right? Like, it's gonna take time. So how fucking long have they had somebody chained up here? Unless they just went out and found a clicker and put it on a leash. Where are you going? I like that I'm holding my first aid kit.
Okay, take it easy.
Oh, she was so respectful to not stab him in the hat. Amazing. Stupidest thing. Okay, hold on. We're looking for the next collectible. So, I don't technically need to kill the infected, like I said. They're chained. So it doesn't really matter. I think if anything, they right now are just meant to serve as like an alarm system. video game hard.
Nimkip just redeemed hydrate.
I panic shot that man in the face because he started coming towards me and I got scared. I didn't mean to shoot you. My bad. Oh, jeez. Word. Alright. I forgot clickers don't die on the first hit with this one. I don't know if it's the silencer or if it's like just that this gun isn't as strong as others, so they're not gonna die in the first hit, but you know, whatevs. To be honest with you, I'm not actually sure I needed to kill that guy, that clicker, but he's dead now, so who cares?
The grass has teeth. It's gonna use it to bite your ankles.
Nope. I probably could hit that, but I'm not utilizing my bottles and shit, am I? I've not used them like at all this entire frickin' game.
Go! Sparta! We're under attack! It came from that
What,
way!
nibble on somebody's ankles?
We're getting killed out here! Motherfucker! Everybody spread out! Guard the tower! That way! Over here!
Give me a second, hold on. Ugh. Nibble on somebody's ankles or shoot them because they approach me, because either one, dude, you are not hiding. Like, to be fair, those both sound like something I would do. those both sound equally curt. Yeah, no more ankles. Usually it's like your knees are gonna get stolen. No, I'm gonna bash your ankles in with my teeth and then run away. I'm not even gonna run, I'm gonna like scurry. You're gonna hear little scurrying noises. I saw my microphone go into the red. That must have been so loud. I'm sorry. When you see it go into the red, you know it's loud. Oops. It's fine. Don't worry.
Come here. I'm gonna nibble on your ankles.
What? Shut up. I don't want to nibble on your ankles. You taste like ass. Tastes like fucking Minecraft rotten flesh. It's nasty. Who the fuck is this guy?
Right here!
What? Oh god, it's the fucking Jeremy Lee Rattler. She's back. Yeah, they just hear little cackling noises as I scamper away. Hold on, let me heal. Okay, thank you. Let me heal. You don't mind, right? Surely. Alright, cool, thanks.
Got her trapped!
No, you don't.
Over here!
You have nothing. Not even a life. Ooh, cause I stole it. Llama. What? bad. That was real bad. Enemies are deadly accurate when you're charging towards them. Yeah, I know. We've been over this. We've been over my habit to just... Sorry, it just spawns me in and I'm just down in the grass. But yeah, we have in fact been over... My silencer broke. We've been over the fact that I just have a habit of,
Next.
you know, charging full force towards an enemy, even when they're firing at me. Oh, you have a gun? Yeah, so do I. I say charging towards you, holding a melee weapon. Mother! The silencer? The silencer? The silencer. Okay, I think killing this one is fine.
See ya.
But I have to remember the silencer. Craft another one. Okay, there we go. See, it's that simple.
What the fuck was that?
It was a bullet, dingus.
Ambush, ambush! Think it came from back there!
It didn't come from anywhere, bro. Ow. Okay, hold on. Let's, okay. Why don't we not shoot the peeps in the masks? That should have been a given, but like, you know. I love it when they notice me and then I kill them. They're like, oh my god, it's a trespass! Get fucking shot in the head. Not gonna bother trying to shoot you. You, however, you're on the table. You're good. Well, now you're off. Well, you're off the table now because there was never a table, but you know. Wait. Here we go. Right. Let's see. Guy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6, because I know that there's one up above me. Oh my god, I missed Ellie's listening range. I'm so happy to have it back.
Todd's fucking dead!
Damn, not Todd!
Who the fuck's out there? Search this whole goddamn area!
Anybody but Todd! Anybody but Todd! Anybody but Todd! Over here! Uh-oh. Hold on, wait, hold on. Okay. Dude, I have one of those too! Check it out! Okay, let me not, hold on. I don't think going that way is like the plan here. Wait, oh my god, guys, never mind. I was gonna throw a Molotov. I in fact don't have Molotovs. I have these though. Ah, shit! Don't scare me like that, damn, bro. Look out!
Man.
Oh, hi, buddy! Ow. Heal. Haha!
By the couch!
Yeah, honestly. The mildest of headaches. Oh, don't worry, nothing a little aspirin won't fix. Nothing a little ass won't fix. Oh, hi, buddy! You are already dead. Stop screaming. Like, she was out on the floor, like kind of squirming around because she was in the process of, you know, dying, and then she just fucking ragdolls. Right over here. She just goes limp in ragdoll mode. Yeah, dude, put a fucking band-aid on it. Literally just shut. It's not that serious. I got stabbed by a tree earlier. You guys are complaining over like minor gunshot wounds? Wow. Hey, check this out.
Watch it!
Okay.
Oh, hi, buddy!
Come on, over here!
I forgot about that fucking, that melee, this axe that was dropped. Oh! Shit, sorry, my bad, fuck me. I'm real low right now.
Put her down!
Oh my god. I want to show you guys my fucking health. Hold on. I want to show you my... You ready? You ready? A sliver! A sliver! Oh my fucking god, that's insane. And yet I'm the one alive. Just a scratch. Yeah, just a little. It's just a. It's just. 'Tis but a flesh wound. Yeah. No, it's fine. I'll put some Resident Evil goop on it. I'll be fine. I have to find that Resident Evil goop. The goop's so good, it not only reattached Ethan's hand, but also fixed his jacket. That goop. The god goop. Wait, is this... Doesn't this look like the 7 Days to Die sleeping bag? Amazing. Oh yeah, that fucking clicker out in the yard. Can I shoot it off its chain, do you think? What the fuck am I missing? I need a rag? Are you kidding me? It's always the rag. Oh hey, look!
I don't know.
A rag. It wasn't even a full rag though, so I still can't fucking
guard the tower.
Wasn't even a full rag, so I still can't make a health kit. If I die, it'll most likely send me back to, like, this general area. So I'm slightly less worried about being on 1 HP at the moment. So we all know I go quiet during stealth parts, so just, you know.
I got you covered. He's fucking dead! Find where she's hiding.
A rag would be great, you know? I would love a rag. I would really, oh my god. Wait. Ellie, stretch your arms. Stretch your arms, girl. Girl, stretch those arms! Damn it. My game froze. Oh god, that
Anyone
was
see
scary.
her? Christ, nobody's found her yet. Over here! Let her up!
I tanked the one hit because of one of my skills. It's fine. At least now I have more health. Oh my god, it gave me full health. But it sent me all the way back here, and everybody is still alive. Are you fucking kidding me?
Saw movement.
No, you didn't.
I'll look into it.
You didn't see shit.
Don't see anything.
I'm really bad with those mines. Like 9 out of 10 times I just blow myself up with those things. I'm so bad at placing them and just using them in general. Okay, I didn't kill you, so don't mind me. Do I have a health kit? Okay, I have my health kits back, or at least I have a couple, so that's gotta count for something. Here's how I'm thinking we do this.
Jesus! Fucking
I was aware of what arrow I had equipped. You gonna turn that corner?
Straight! Shit!
If it works, it works.
Big one back there!
Oh my god, the fucking gore falling off the ceiling. Nasty. Love that for me. I saw the gore gameplay of Dying Light the Beast. And I'm so excited for it to come out. I'm glad it's only $60 as opposed to like the $80 that most games have become nowadays. This is definitely gonna be the one that I buy when I can, whatever that'll be. I'll get that one and then probably Overwatch Simulator 2. And then maybe after I get those two games, I'll buy Borderlands 4. I've expressed my disinterest in that game several times, though.
Move in!
Now you're just being rude. Jesus. Okay. It does, but here's my thing. I've failed to get excited for the game. First of all, because of the disappointment that was 3, and second of all, because of the attitude of, like, the creator of those games. He has such a shitty attitude.
Don't.
Borderlands 4 is also the most expensive game on like the list of games that I want. I'm pretty sure. I can't imagine that Power Wash Simulator 2 is gonna be any more than like $40. Borderlands 4 is $70. And then Dying Light the Beast is $60. But I'm most excited for Dying Light the Beast. I love Dying Light. I've mentioned before, but I do like Dying Light more than Borderlands was probably an issue. I never actually finished that game, but I was surprised with how badly it bombed. The bit of it that I played was a lot of fun. I got to the part where you blow up the fucking ocean and then stopped playing because I was playing it with somebody else, and I couldn't really pick up interest in it. Like after that, mostly because it's just like that whole thing of I already did all that beginning part and now I'm just like, ugh, I don't really want to do it again. But like I'm honestly surprised that that one got bombed so hard because I enjoyed it a lot.
Got her! Shit.
I don't think I have any of the DLC for that game. No, I only played like the first little bit of it. Like I said, I only got to when you blow up the fucking ocean. But that's as far as I got.
There you are!
Same with the new Tales of the Borderlands also bombed, I'm pretty sure. And it's this whole thing of the, you know, understandably, sure, like one bad game in a series is like, okay, sure, yeah, whatever. It's one bad game. But the fact that all of their games that have come out, like since since Borderlands 3 and after Borderlands 3, the fact that all of them has bombed does not leave me hopeful. I'll play through it again. I'll definitely play through it. I lost interest in it because I just really didn't feel like doing that beginning part again. But I'll definitely end up going and playing through it again at some point. No worries with that, because it was so fun. Like, it really was really fun. But yeah, like with how much their games have, that's the one thing that Borderlands really has going for it right now is the game fun. That's literally all that that it has going for it. I have no doubts that Borderlands 4 is going to be fun, but I also have extreme doubts that the story is going to be any good. Because it's this thing of, I like Dying Light, I love Dying Light, and Dying Light is a lot of fun. The story isn't that great. I'd say the story in like Dying Light is mediocre, but it's not like the worst thing in the world, because you get through parts of that, and honestly, I think the number one thing I hated about the story in Dying Light 2 specifically was actually Mia, just in general, because why am I trying to save her? I don't know who the fuck she is, I don't care, you gave me no incentive to save her. But other than that, like, the game is a shit ton of fun, and it's a lot of fun to just run around and explore. I don't really feel the same way about the Borderlands games, which is less of a I don't find Borderlands fun and more of it's kind of the same thing in every single game, right? Because it's all running around and shooting things is fun, but it does get boring to me at some point, which is part of why I like Dying Light so much, because the parkour and like the parkour combat and everything in that game is so fucking fun that I do not think I could ever get sick of it. It's literally just the thing of when it gets right down to it, I would rather play not Borderlands, especially with the fucking flop that the games that have come out since Borderlands 3 have all been, you know. It's just I can't really get excited for them. I struggle to just try to get excited. Like I said, I think it's gonna be a fun game. The gore in it and everything looks fucking cool as hell, and I'm actually happy that they're removing some of the like potty humor, because I don't find a lot of potty humor funny. I find certain aspects of it funny, but you know, like I'm like mildly excited for it, but not as much as I am for all the other games. For me right now with Borderlands games, it's specifically, sure, I'll buy it if I can, but if I can't, it's really not a loss. Not owning it is not really gonna be a loss, in my opinion.
What happened?
Which is just unfortunate.
It's gotta be a fucking stray. Shit. Get up! Toward the tower!
But yes, I will at some point go through and finish Tiny Tina's. I just lost interest in it. I think it was also an issue of, with Tiny Tina's, I actually couldn't really find a character I liked to play. I didn't really like any of the classes. Genuinely, I didn't find any of the classes in Tiny Tina's Wonderlands to be fun.
I don't know. It's gotta be a fucking stray. Shit.
Like, I'm sure my mind will get changed on that at some point, but I couldn't. They weren't fun. I couldn't.
Hey, hear that? I'll go see what's up.
I got your back.
We're under attack!
No, you're not.
Came from over there! Quick!
No, it didn't.
Watch out! There's a stray! Shit! Over here!
I love that my solution to half of these guys is just going to throw a smoke bomb and then charge them.
Watch it!
God damn.
That's fair. That's completely fair. I love Borderlands, like, so much. It's just, like, actually, Borderlands for a while was my, like, #1 hyperfixation, but that was also because when I started with 2. So it's very easy to see why it became my hyperfixation.
Smoke, look out!
Like, it'll always have a special place in my heart, and I'll always love the games and just playing the games. It's just, yeah. I kind of have a similar thing with Dying Light. It really is. It's so good. I will say, I actually found the pre-sequel to be slightly fun this time around when I played it. The story still sucks, don't get me wrong. The story in the pre-sequel is still dog shit. Actually, the story, it's not the worst thing in the world. There's definitely worse things in the world than the pre-sequel story. It's just the issue of it starts to drag on at some point, and you're just like, when will it fucking end? But I actually enjoyed playing through it. Yeah. I liked the laser guns, was what it was. I really enjoyed the laser guns. But some of the guns that you can get into are just so good in comparison to the pre-sequel. Like the gun, like the Torg gun that shoots swords, and then those swords explode into smaller swords. Like, dude. Also, just, you know, the humor and everything in 2. It's just better. There's a reason people say 2 is the best game in the franchise. It's because it is. Everybody knows that it is. I don't see anybody else. I see the clicker, but that's it. But I don't think Ellie's said anything about there not being anybody else. But the music stopped. We have all the collectibles that there are for these various areas. Okay. Agreed. I will say with 4, I hope that they bring back like laser weapons and shit. As I know I'm not the only person that wants laser weapons brought back. Oh hey look, people! Am I spamming a button here or kill her, bitch! I got the key!
Unlock the door!
Alright, come on, let's go.
Hey, where's Abby? She's bit!
Keep back!
Hey, don't put that fucking thing in me!
Hey! Abby tried to escape.
For all you know,
She's
this
down
is
the
a
pillars.
human bite. Maybe I got kinky with my girlfriend.
Pillars?
Head down to the beach. You won't miss it. She's probably already dead.
Okay, that's fine.
Come on!
Because I mean, it's not like Ellie's bite mark has progressed in terms of infection. Obviously not. So for all they know, it is fully a bite from another human.
Where are you? Abby.
Bottles. No bottles. No bottles for Sea Fairy, Sag. Don't mind me. Oh, yes. Oh, man, it's so nice. I could fall asleep. I fucking would too. I would fall asleep to the sounds of gunshots and screams. That's definitely on brand, I'd say. It's like, let's see what's Fairy listening to while they're sleeping. And you open my bedroom door and just on the TV, it's just like it's just gunshots and screams. 20 hours of The Last of Us fucking gameplay, but it's only the battles. Be a pretty good one. That's a good one. You occasionally hear like somebody scream somebody else's name. No warnings.
Holy. Abby?
Alright. We have to- Abby, Abby, I know that one's you because I remember that ugly ass haircut they gave you. I have jars to open.
Please.
I need you to open jars for me.
It's you.
Okay, I get it, she tried to escape, but did you really have to give her a shitty haircut? Ow. Sand is not comfortable. There is nothing comfortable about sand. Unless you're just kind of standing in it, then it's, you know, you can't really feel the grains as much. It's just kind of soft. But, like, landing in it? Face planting in it? Ugh. Love, how's your head, buddy?
Abby.
They conked him against that garage door earlier. That had to have hurt.
I got you.
Considering most of those things are metal. What it was? Question mark?
They're both this way.
Like, I know we have to fight Abby here, but I would at this point be like, we're both half dead. Let's just fucking call it a truce. And just go our separate ways, okay? Fuck Tommy. Let's just go our separate ways. I'm sorry. The fucking shit, like, Tommy pulling the shit of, like, literally guilt-tripping Ellie into going after Abby still pisses me off. I genuinely, it pisses me off so much. Like, Tommy, I get that Joel was your brother and Abby killed him, but like, just come on, dude. Just come on. I also have no doubt in my mind that if Ellie had killed Abby, then Lev would have come after Ellie. Just proving the cycle of revenge. The cycle of violence doesn't stop. Then Dina goes after Lev. Jump scare warning. Wow. Hey, I know I'm bleeding out and I know you're incredibly injured, but let's duke it out. Come on. We battle like men.
I can't let you leave.
The dramatic blah has spoken.
I'm not doing this.
The blah has spoken, Abby. We must duel.
No.
I'm not gonna fight you.
The blah.
Yes, you will.
I like that you can see Abby and Lev's skin peeling from where they were out in the sun and they got
You
sunburned.
made him a part of this.
Just a neat detail. It's cool.
Okay.
Square! Spam the square! Okay, she's getting into 2 punches now. This is extremely, like, I don't really know if I want to say that Ellie is at an advantage because she has a knife. Because of how beefed out Abby is, like... Ow. Ow. My bad. I didn't dodge that second one. God, I'm not doing good. My controller's vibrating. My controller vibrates at low health, by the way. All of this because Abby wouldn't open the jars for me. You should have opened those jars, Abby! You should have opened those jars! This is what you get for leaving those jars unopened! That knife was my longest friend, how could you? I have to wonder how long it took the two of them to film this scene. Mostly because, like, I know Ashley Johnson and Laura Bailey are good friends. So I have to wonder, like, how long did it take them to film this? So I can imagine them just sitting there, like, cracking jokes with each other. And they're sitting there like, okay, I'm gonna punch you, alright! Well, she's smart enough to go for my stitches, at least. I think I have to let her get the double hit thing out. Otherwise, she'll fall off. If I hit her in between her double punch like that, then she'll block instead of letting herself get hit. Do I have to spam anything? I don't remember. I don't need those anyways! That was my left hand. Actually no, the left hand is the one that you... Oh shit. I was gonna make a guitar joke, but she actually does need all of the fingers on her left hand in order to play guitar, unless she wants to try to find a left-handed guitar, but that'd be a pain in the ass. Those do exist. Originally, they were actually gonna have her kill Abby. I'm glad that they decided against it, though.
Go. Just take him.
I also think her leaving Abby alive is, like, the only real reason that her and Dina's relationship survived. I think if she had killed Abby, then she wouldn't, like, her and Dina would just not be a thing anymore. I don't know if it's confirmed by the creators that they're still together at the end of the game, but there's hints. There's like quite a few hints in the house and everything that they're still an item, just that Dina moved back to Jackson, maybe. See, Ellie's got on Dina's bracelet. That right there is like the biggest hint that they got back together. Because she wasn't wearing it in California, but she's wearing it now. Yeah, it seems more likely that what happened here was maybe just that they chose to go live in Jackson, at least for the fall and the winter, maybe, instead of staying out here in the farmhouse. It's very possible. It doesn't make sense to me that Ellie would still be wearing Dina's bracelet if they weren't an item at the end of the game. You know? She cleared the place out pretty good, except for one room, but you know. One last guitar. I love the little like doo-doo noise because she's blocking the strings with her finger. I think she's trying to play it without the two fingers, and I think that's what's happening is she's positioning her one finger in a way that is accidentally blocking the strings. Which is very possible. Very annoying when it happens. At least it seems likely to me that's what happened, at least. The thing, so many of those, like some of those chords you can do with just 3 fingers, but so many of those chords, like you have to have all your fingers for.
What are you drinking?
Coffee.
You.
Where'd you get that?
Those people that came through last week.
Oh.
A little embarrassed as to what I had to trade to get it, but it's not bad.
I had Seth under control.
Yeah, I know.
And you need to stop harassing Jesse about my patrols.
Okay. Dina. Is she your girlfriend?
Not yet.
No. No, that was just one kiss. It doesn't mean anything. She just, I don't know why she did that.
You do like her.
She says that, but literally the next day, she and Dina have sex. In a fucking weed den.
So stupid.
I have no idea what that girl's intentions are, but I do know that she would be lucky to have you.
You're such an asshole.
It's crazy to think that just a couple years earlier.
I was supposed to die in that hospital.
A couple years earlier, he'd be like, I think Jesse has a crush on me.
My life would have fucking mattered.
I was like, no.
But you took that from me.
If somehow the Lord gave me a second chance at that moment, I would do it all over again.
What if I play through all of The Last of Us Part 1, but when we get to the hospital, I just go, all right, you know what? You guys are making a cure, that's fine. I just turn around and leave instead of massacring the hospital. That'd be pretty funny. I just turned around and tried to leave
I don't
instead.
think I can ever forgive you for that. But I would like to try.
I like that.
Okay. I'll see you around.
Yep.
Nice voice crack, Joel. They never did get to watch that movie. Sad. Okay. That was again. I'll let the credits play out. While the credits play out, I'll give my opinion as I usually do. So this is only my second time playing through this game. I saw a lot of people saying the main things they didn't like about it was that they didn't like the story. They thought that they said they thought that the story was poorly written. I don't see that like at all. I think everything in this story makes a lot of sense and it all wraps up and like comes together in a really nice way. Minus the whole, like, Seraphite versus Wolves thing, I don't necessarily think that they had to make it, like, a fucking cult. I think that they could have just made it another group of people, and they were just arguing over something. Maybe they had maybe somebody, they had a deal, and somebody broke the deal, and it just kind of went to shit. Like, I think that would have made a bit more sense than the Seraphite thing. I don't know, I was not the biggest fan of that, but like everything else as a whole, I think makes sense and comes together very nicely. Joel and Ellie weren't ruined as characters. I don't know why people are saying that, because they're the exact same characters that they were in the first game. It's just that it's been 5 fucking years. They're not gonna be the exact same people. So, like, I don't know where people are getting that, oh, they completely killed Joel and Ellie's characters. I mean, they killed Joel, like, literally, but their characters remained intact. They were still the same people. I think the biggest issue with it is that we didn't get that much of Joel. But in my opinion, Joel was definitely acting like the same man that he was sort of at the end of The Last of Us Part 1. Because, you know, obviously he changed throughout that game, and so did Ellie a little bit. So I don't see that. Other than that, I mean, I prefer the first one, which that's not saying much. That's just, I think the first one is always just gonna be more special to me than this one is. I wish we had a bit more. I think one of the things that people like really didn't like about this game, and I'm saying this because this is kind of what I'm about to complain a little bit about. I wish we had a bit more of that like relationship thing that we had in the first one. In the first one, Joel and Ellie's relationship was incredibly important, and as the game progresses, you get to see the relationship grow and them like want to be around each other more. We don't really get that in this one. We get that with Abby and Lev, which I'm okay with. I think giving Abby like sort of a new purpose to live and just giving her somebody that she needs to protect, I think works well for Abby's character. Because it's this thing of I don't necessarily think Abby is like the kind of person to just go and willingly murder somebody. She kind of gives off like the same vibe that most people in the game do, in which like they're gonna try to help, but when it comes down to it, if they have to, they'll kill. So it makes sense that Abby, you know, would have helped Yara and Lev, in my opinion. I don't know, but I don't. Other than like we have Abby's relationship with Lev, and I love that. I like Abby's relationship with Lev. I like being able to see it progress. I don't know if there's gonna be a third one or not yet. I know that there's been like hints at it, but we don't actually know if there's gonna be a third one. I hope that the third one goes a little bit like closer to the first one in terms of relationships. Assuming we're going to be playing as Abby for part of the third one, I would love to see more Abby and Lev, and I would love to see more of their relationship progressing. I hope we get to see more Ellie and Dina if they have a third one, because it's this, like, you if they make The Last of Us Part 3 and then they don't have Ellie in it at all, like if you play as exclusively Abby, nobody is gonna buy that fucking game. I'm sorry. Ellie is too important to the series and to the players that if you have a game where you play solely as Abby and Lev, nobody will fucking buy it. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. I'm sorry. But that's the thing though, if they come out with a third one, I don't really know what they would do with Ellie. Because she has it to me, it seems very much like my controller just fucking, did it die? No, it just turned off because it was idle for too long, I guess. To me, it does not seem like Ellie and Dina aren't an item anymore. It does not make sense to me that Ellie would still own and wear Dina's bracelet if they weren't an item, especially because in that whole final part of the game, like not just when we were in California, but even when we were at the farmhouse just walking around like with JJ, in that whole part of the game, Ellie does not have the bracelet on. It stays like on the nightstand. I'm pretty sure you can find it on the nightstand. I could be wrong about that. But then when she comes back, she has the bracelet on. So to me, it feels safe to assume that she went back to Jackson and she talked to Dina, and they kind of, I don't want to say made up, but are kind of doing the same thing that Ellie and Joel did in that cutscene. I feel like that them having that cutscene played right there purely could have been the game trying to say that this also happened with Dina, but the other way around, right? Like Dina is maybe willing to forgive Ellie and willing to work towards having a relationship with her again. That would make sense to me. But again, I don't know what they would do with Ellie in the third game, because I feel like her story is done. Assuming she's in Jackson with Dina and JJ, I think her story is done, frankly. I don't think that they should even make a third game at all. Unless it would be like, my only thought with a third game would maybe be, it'd be Abby and Lev with the Fireflies, but I don't know where the fuck they were going with that. Like, what the fuck are they even planning with that? And then possibly, this game got, sorry, the music got so fucking loud. And then maybe like Ellie and JJ? But I wouldn't want a time skip that's that big, you know? His JJ is just like fresh out the womb right now, basically. So I really don't know what they would even do with a third game. I can't really see them being able to make one, but they might find a way. No promises it'll be good. Now, overall, I liked the game. I enjoyed it. Did I enjoy the story as much as the first one? No, obviously I didn't. Like I said, Joel and Ellie are always gonna have like a special place in my heart. And nobody is ever gonna be able to replace them. I went into the game knowing that they killed Joel and was still pissed off about it. Literally, the first time I played this game, I had 2 spoilers. 1, that Joel dies, and 2, for some reason, the fucking Abby and Owen scene where they just start banging on the boat. I saw a clip of that on YouTube and I was like, what fucking heteros are weird. Y'all want to kill each other and now you're having sex? I'm so confused. But, I don't know. I liked it. I enjoyed the characters themselves were, I don't want to say like I enjoyed them because I don't like Abby, right? I obviously I have that bias of I don't like Abby. However, I do think that she is a very well-written character, just like most of the characters in the game. I say most, but like genuinely I can't really think of anybody else. I think I also kind of mostly because it's kind of this issue of when you think about it, the other characters, the like supporting cast, when it comes to Ellie, I feel like I know Dina very well. I feel like I know Jesse a decent amount, considering we didn't see him all that often. But like the people with Abby, I don't fucking know shit about them. I feel bad for Mel, genuinely. Like I feel like Mel deserved better. Owen's a piece of shit. I fucking hate him. He can go die. Manny's banging. That's it. That's all I know about him. I know he's Hispanic or Latino, one of the two. I don't know. I really don't know what the difference. I think the difference is literally just where you came from. But other than that, all that I know about him is that he gets the girls. He bangs. And he has fucking love dens strewn throughout Seattle. I hope that this is allowed to play because this is an Ashley Johnson version of the song and not the actual song. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know shit about who the fuck Leah. Oh, Nora. Okay. I don't know shit about the other people. I don't like. I don't know. It's just. I think they should have just given us a bit more of those other characters with Abby, because I don't have any fucking opinion on them really, other than fuck you, Owen. I hate him so much. Yeah, other than like the lack of a connection, I guess, with certain characters. I wouldn't say that this was a bad game at all, and I don't really see where a majority of the criticism is coming for. I know this game also got, I will briefly address this. I know the game also got a lot of flack purely because of the Seraphites versus the Wolves thing. I know that Neil Druckmann is Israeli and grew up like in that whole conflict and used that sort of as a reference to do the Seraphites and the Wolves. I know that there was also a lot of it, like people had a lot of issues with that also. That's kind of part of why I don't feel like the Seraphites should have been a cult. I think the Seraphites should have just been like another group of people. I don't know, but I don't really see where a lot of the criticism is coming from. I think it really is just an issue of, first of all, I know a lot of people shit on the game purely because they're homophobic and they don't like that Ellie is a lesbian, which we already knew because in the DLC of the first game, she literally gets a girlfriend for like 5 minutes and then they both die. And then they both get bitten. Like, that girl, Riley, that she talks about, she had a crush on because she's gay! I know that so many people were like getting refunds on the game because they're like, oh, there's lesbians in it. It's like, there's one lesbian and we already knew she was gay. So that's one reason that people don't like the game. I think the only other reason people don't like this game and shit on it constantly with like no real reason, genuinely, is purely because of Abby. It's purely because I think the number one reason people shit on this game so much is purely because Abby kills Joel. Because I really don't see where most of the criticisms are coming from. I don't know. Well, that's kind of... I don't know, that's kind of my real thoughts on it. That was a whole fucking... I might as well have just given you guys a text wall, but in verbal form. It's like, I just don't really... I enjoyed the game. I don't really see much wrong with it. I didn't really like... I will say I didn't like playing as Abby as much as playing as I did playing as Ellie. Which is less because it's Abby and more just because... I don't know, her parts just weren't as fun. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I know that they basically go through the exact same shit. I just personally enjoyed playing as Ellie more. I don't know. But, yeah, other than all of my very minor criticisms, I'm not gonna say this is like the best game I've ever played, obviously not. You know, obviously I'm gonna have minor criticisms over my control disconnected again. I'm gonna have minor criticisms over basically any game that I play. But even then, my criticisms with this game are extremely minor, like so minor that they really don't even fucking matter, because it's not like, oh, you didn't do this, I don't want to play anymore. It's like, oh, you didn't do this, and that's kind of disappointing, but game's still fun. Story's decent. Like I said, I think the story makes sense, and I think what happened makes sense for everybody's characters. Nobody was fucking character assassinated. Y'all are just stupid. I don't know what you mean. But yeah, other than that, that's the game, bro. That's it. I really just wanted to finish this, because I was gonna finish it yesterday, but like I said, I was having computer issues. Actually, they weren't really even computer issues. My, capture card wasn't working right, and I'm so stupid. I spent like 2 hours, legit 2 hours, trying to troubleshoot this thing. Literally, all I had to do to fix it was unplug it and plug it back in. It wasn't 2 hours. 2 hours is definitely an exaggeration. But, like, I did so much troubleshooting shit, and then all I had to do was unplug it and plug it back in. I was just like, oh my god, this is embarrassing. But I fixed it. That's what matters. It was this thing of, like, I've never had to do that before, so my first instinct was, oh, there's something wrong with my OBS. I think it might have just been a little bit silly, because I'd had I don't know if I had, because I had a drivers update, I had a graphics drivers update or whatever. I don't know if that maybe screwed with it a little bit, and like unplugging it and plugging it back in, it's like, oh, I have to update or something. I don't know what the hell happened. I legit, I don't know, but it's working now. Yeah, I really just wanted to play this game, and I figured I'd do it today since I didn't stream yesterday. But at any rate, fellas, well, this is The Last of Us Part 2. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I tried to make it entertaining. It's kind of hard. I know I get really quiet for those stealth parts, which that's more of just how I play games. I just get quiet for stealth. It happens. I'm sure plenty of people do it. But other than that, fellas, I think that's it. I think that's it for the day. Quick reminder before I go. I will be late tomorrow, not by much. 45 minutes to an hour at most. I have an appointment, but it's online and it's just a med check. So I can't imagine it'll take too long. It's at 3. So yeah, but I will stream tomorrow. I don't know what we'll play. We might play something. We might get the mouse and keyboard back out. You never know, because we've been on the controller for a while. I did also change my controller because of, like, the issues I was having with the trying to mute shit. I don't have the dynamic lighting in the bedroom. I didn't want it in the bedroom. But, shake, do my little hip sway. You guys want to see? Wait, look, because I actually like step. I actually like step. My feet are anchored to the ground. I don't know. I like the new movement. I think the new movement is cute. It's nice. But yeah, at any rate, fellas. Thank you guys for tuning in to this. Actually, it was only like 6 hours. That's not bad. Thank you guys for tuning in And as always, until next time, you guys know the drill. Stay fruity, good night and good luck, and I will see you guys later.